What you see is just illusion. They're trying to forget the fusion. The two of us are using this music, trying to get the minds to look into it. 9/11, they're never with planes. They just embedded them to shred and discredit their brain to make us eat the medicine. History is edited. Tesla was ahead of them, but credit went to Edison. The predators, a president, a queen, a pope in residence, an evil globe, my nemesis, and everything that it ever represents. The earth is flat, and that's a fact. I'm laughing at the magic act. No nervousness, I'm gonna ask Copernicus where the curve is at. ODB MJ dreamers never snoozing. You never see me as a teacher, I'm a student. I'm not grabbing a rabbit out of a hat now just to prove it. Cause what you see is just illusion. Why? I'm an activist with this fist in the air. Now imagine this. What if this world doesn't in fact exist? Everybody is a pawn and they act as if. What if we got it backwards and dragons live and they practice black magic to fracture men? We became enraptured with the raptor's grin. The Grim Reaper is back, a Jurassic end. And with a pen in hand, they devised the plan to collide with the light and divide the man. They provided the planet with high demands, then decided to hide from the eyes of man. And now they watch us through every camera lens, and they watch us do what family says. And now they got you when they claim their hands, but not me. I'm free, I'm radioactive. Why? I aspire to be. I set fire to the minds that are higher than me, and I'll inspire the world to see conspiracy at work in their lives, then retire the beat. I'm like Neo fighting fate in the movie The Matrix. I'm trying to enlighten other people to agents, and they tricks are not gonna test my patience. This magic of mine can time travel on pages. The stage is set. The play begins. The battle's for the mind. Which side is going to win? It's a pivotal point, so pick a critical path. The hit the critical women with ads, and then they try to distract us. They lie to react us, and if we don't buy it, then they try to subtract us. Yo, I'm a cactus. By the laws of attraction, they can't touch me, so it must be that I'm radioactive.
In history, they did it such a mystery. The government, conspiracy theory, true king. It's what I'd rather be. They just want to lie to you, me, about science and history. There is no gravity, and the earth is not a cavity. I said the earth is not a cavity.
Earth's fat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? We're the center. The sun moves around us like a clock. And you hit a moving target with a rocket. I'm not hot to get along with to take a bomb hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a constellation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comments. I know you want it. Just leave another useless comment in the morning. NASA gone and lost it. We know it's fat. And there is a bunch of us. Them gobies munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think we're cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to my nuts. earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. A Russian with the crew, how do they brush after they
Yeah,
move?
reset history. It is such a mystery. The government lying, conspiracy theory, the true king. It's what I'd rather be. They just wanna lie to you and me about science and history. Not a cavity. Not a cavity.
It's a mystery. It's not a cavity. So the sugar be hurting my teeth. Sweet dream, maybe I'll just come and sneeze. Yes, I'm gonna tell you how not to sneeze when you get that virus. Putting words on the paper like papyrus. From the source, praise to the most high. Yeah, I'm a Rastaman coming with the light and the thunder. Take you under in a millisecond. And I can't even go to the moon. Your boomers check everything is not. It will come back. What I gotta do is come back with a new bird. The earth is not a cavity, but your teeth got too many cavities from eating too much sugar. Booga, booga, booga. Now it's time for the big Dr. Hawthorne to come give you a lobotomy straight to the brain. You still gonna whack you upside the head. Walking dead, Portland, Oregon, yeah, you spoon fed. Cause you got to understand where we be. Making history. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the land and the seven seas. Well, everybody, they're looking for something. Some of them want to use you, and some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to get used by you, and some of them, they're just a tool. Big up me fool, they're lost sheep. Gonna be a creep. Gonna have to get in the driver's seat and take him off past the moon and even Mars in that little red car. What the fuck you are? What is CERN? What's up with 5G? Is it a simulation, multiple realities, dualities, the yin and the yang, the sun and the moon, the joy and the pain? Is it all just a game? Are we playing for keeps? If you're gonna climb the mountain, don't say it's too steep. Are you a lion or just a good little sheep? Do you believe all the stories you're told? Or do you question authority because you're brave and you're bold? Do you eat good food or do you not really care? Why would they lie? How would they dare? Whoa. I'm getting pretty sick of even trying to explain. Your ignorance is decrepit. It's nonsense. I'm done. Subatomic, bubonic, ascension, accumulation. We're doomed as a nation. Boomers, they are doomers. Blowing down to Satan, calling him Jesus when that's not even his name.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to
420.
Uostarosta.
Huh.
Uostarosta.
What's he doing? That's odd. Ah. I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Mud Zone.
Ho, ho, ho.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory, and Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place. The Flat Earth Farm.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
How low does it go? How many levels under the ground? How low does it go? How many levels under the ground? My nickname was Hot Wheels in high school. I used to roll up and lock my stolen bicycle. I might do what I like to. It's insightful. I'm not like you. We don't want the same weed all the time. We want flavors. If I have you on Late Night Live at night, that's a favor. I'm glad that you found God. I hope he saves you. You want a scratch ticket? I'll wipe my ass with it. You little ass licker, I ain't your fast ticket. You just a whack midget. That was last minute. We're all glad that's finished. There was a time and a place for that. Let's leave it in the past. I ain't even gonna ask. So moving on. It's a grooving song. The rent's due tomorrow. I dropped it from the banger, so I just threw the bomb. They knew the song, and you were wrong, so move along. How low does it go? How many levels under the ground? How low does it go? How many levels under the ground?
How high can I get? I'm gonna fly so high like a jet, but I don't need no fuel, cause I'm not no tool. I'm not no summer cassette tape. Everybody wanna hear what I wanna play? Hey, listen to the music that I sing. All of the joy and the happiness I bring. Late Night Live, you know you're gonna hop on and give us some comments. And I'm not AI, I don't need none of that to write these lyrics. If that shit's so whack, yo, like a heart attack, gonna come back and just bang it, sing it. Yo, I just really know that I can bust my flow any night and day, yo. So tired of the weak sauce, I need better. Gotta grade it up like I do with cheddar. When I make my quesadilla, gotta just have your soul and just fill out what I'm gonna do when I sing it through. Keeping it so true, that's what I do. Andre, bringing the freshness to you. Whoa, here we go, what we do, cause I can get so high with the spliff and the fire. Whoa. Is my only desire. Listen to the music as the Rastaman sing. All of the goodness and the joy that we bring. Burning Babylon, cause we praise King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion, Rastafari. Oh, whoa, here we just wanna go. Yo.
How low does it go? How many levels under the ground? How low does it go? How many levels under the ground?
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
Bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow mud. You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Are we live? Are we live? We're live. Welcome. Rye Rush, you're muted. Sandy.
I muted everyone because during the intro, StreamYard now left everyone unmuted.
What do you mean?
StreamYard last night released an update while I was live and ruined YouTube. Ruined StreamYard. Like now you can't just click a comment. Try clicking a comment. It won't go on the screen. You have to click it twice now and hit show. And then it moves it to the top, which is really annoying.
Huh?
And then it left us all unmuted during the intro. So people were talking, moving around. I was eating. It was all on the show during the intro.
Okay. Hold on. Mic check. How's that? Better? Oh, yo. Right there. That's probably the best. How we doing?
Good. I need to say, though, I put it in the comments, but I don't know if you saw it. Rye Russ, I am honored that you're using my artwork as your background. That's so sweet.
Yes. Rye, you're muted. Anyway,
yes, I know.
He told me
That's why I was doing sign language.
he told me on the phone, Sandy, in confidence. I promised him I wouldn't tell anybody else, but he said he used your artwork because he loves you.
I do. I love the artwork, Sandy. Thank you so much.
Honored. Thank you.
And I love you.
Yes. See, I told you. All right.
Check this out. This is my homie's artwork right here on the shirt.
It's hard to see, but I see part of
See,
it.
I
It looks
can't see.
nice.
Orlando.
There we go. There we go.
Shout out to Orlando.
Bruh.
Nancy, doesn't your sister live in Orlando? Nancy's sister Joan lives in Orlando.
Hey, I'll be right back, guys.
Yes.
Okay. But just so you guys know, see, I said to Ray, I said you can't have true pins with a single dollar sign.
That's I'm not behind the whole art. Singeman does it. I have no idea, but like Singeman does it with one thing, and she does it with two lines because when she makes it. So I think it's kind of cool like that because like that one down there has two lines, but like most of the time it has one line. That's how you know Singeman did it. It's almost like a signature. So know, it's pretty cool.
Singeman's is one, mine's two.
Yeah.
And mine's usually glitter because that's my thing too.
While we're speaking about Singeman, shout out to Singeman. He was almost here tonight. He just fell asleep. But here's the thing: we've been raising money. We've been donating money to get Singeman a computer because we needed him to make the new intro for Late Night Live. So I threw in $150 of my own money. Tommy Tell the Truth donated $100. John Keeley donated $100. And the Final Experiment donated $1.33. Shout out to the Final Experiment. Thanks for your support. We know that you follow us and you love us. So anyway, we pretty much got the money to get the computer, but he needs a few more. So if anyone wants to support Singeman and get him his computer so he can do more art and funny things and help us create better, he's like the second half of the show. We need him to create. But his computer was like completely locking up. So it's there. The money will just put when you donate it, put for Singeman, and we'll make sure he gets it. Okay. Let's give the chat a shout out. 28 people here. I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know why you are here, but we have Go-Kart Bob. What is it? Friday night.
But we're happy you're here. You left that part out.
We are happy you're here. Yeah. Tiny Squish. Sarah Pagey. Okay. Jackie McCarran. Splatter.
Hi, Splatter.
Splatter?
Hello. I'm here.
What up,
I felt forgotten, but I'm here now.
What does that even say? How do
that is Tay. Hi, Tay.
Hey, Tay. Tay. Woo Riders. Go Cop Bob.
Noelle is here too. Hi, Noelle.
Kimberly.
Noelle's she's my YouTube daughter, Ray.
All right. As a musician, I don't really get involved in all the politics of the community, because musicians are like non-political, I'm just here to present the facts. Ben Flat.
It's all right, Kimberly. We understand. It's okay. Kimberly just left us.
Ryan. All right, whatever. If I didn't see you, I'm sorry. I'm doing my best here. Okay. So tonight, we're going to talk about the orphan trains. We're not just going to talk about the orphan trains. We're going to show you what the orphan trains were. This isn't bullshit either. This is one of the coolest things about my mud flood research. One of the things I like, because there's a lot of Dungeons and Dragons imagination type shit going on nowadays in the mud flood community and in the meltologist. But this is true, and this is a trip because this is something. It's kind of like the Mandela effect, because this is something that we were never taught about in school, right? But it's part of the history, and if you look it up, there's so much on it. It's just everywhere now. At first, it was just a little bit on it, and now when you look, it's just everywhere. But let's start off with this. This will give it to us.
Ray, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. I'm sorry, but you are a little muffled. I just want to let you know. I think you're a little too close to the mic. That's all.
I don't think I'm close to the mic. I think it's a setting. Hold on.
Okay.
What do you think about that? Is that better?
That's better. Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah.
So much better.
Much better? Am I only coming out one side, though? One side?
I don't know. I only listen to one side. You need to chat for that one.
In free life,
I'm hearing you.
Let it be rooted in greater principles And even from a scientific perspective, God is still applicable. The science community would call this nature, and constantly marveling at the
See, right, no one's
wonders
muted.
and intelligence of nature. And that's what I'm talking about when I say God. The intelligent order and design in the fabric of this realm. And I think everybody can see proof of this and come to an agreement, whatever your faith or lack of it. But this higher structure should be the principles upon which we base our lives. And it seems like the power structure in place does everything it can to undermine this natural order. Welcome. And I want to open up with this little rainstorm. And while speaking of God, does he move in a cloud, as we're told in the Bible? Is weather natural, or is there something else going on here? This seems like the keepers of the realm doing their gardening and being a little messy on this particular day. Perhaps performing their task in haste, close to retirement. Very interesting what a time lapse provides for us. What otherwise may have occurred in what would seem like slow motion, frozen in time. And how much water can a cloud actually hold? This cloud seeming to hold a pond's worth. In this little part, I just want to show you 5 short films. I recently talked about the removal of a building that I visited here in Salt Lake. And if you remember in the last video, I was speaking to some police officers, and they told me they moved the building across the street. And I had no reason to suspect anything other in this particular case. And sure enough, I jumped online. It happened about 9 years ago, and I'm very impressed with this restoration.
Ray? Okay.
What happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. I was muted. All right.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying I like this. I like when they put the side by side, like before and after. Like, I don't know. It's
They literally built some giant floor dollies for this thing. It looks like they bricked up all the windows to facilitate the move and give some extra strength to the structure. And we had once seen depictions of photos at the San Francisco World's Fair where they had not only moved the building but said to have floated it across a portion of water
nice
and set it at its new destination.
Shout out to San Francisco.
Like the photos
yeah. Shout out to
very
San Fran.
manipulated. But here, not only
Thumbs up.
transporting this
Post.
building
We're
across
just
the
getting
street,
started.
but flipping it 180 degrees. And I have no doubt in our ability to do amazing things today. Sometimes I think I don't stress that enough. I think we also have the ability to replicate many of these fine wonders of the past. What I'm typically stressing is the inability for people to do this in the early time period, we're told. Not only excavating these sites, clearing out all the dirt, oftentimes digging holes several stories underground with nothing more than horse
and wagon, an entire realm being created before the Industrial Revolution and before electricity and the wide distribution of it. Again, many people thought that this was false information, and it's nice to get to the bottom of it. And also nice to see something positive for once, rather than the demolition. And it was planned for demolition, and instead was moved at a cost of $6 million.
And although I've presented my theory so many times, I thought I would present it in 30 seconds. It seems like this past civilization may have come from either Atlantis, Lemuria, or Tartaria, as we so generically call it. Past and great civilization that rose to greatness and was wiped out. Because all the architecture and doorways and sculptures were massive, we tend to believe that these may have been giants or just a people larger than us. There was a cataclysmic reset that wiped most everything out, and yet pockets of people and architecture and animals and massive trees survived. I think people in this past great civilization would have survived this cataclysmic event, and I think they may have something to do with our repopulating and perhaps
love it. We are all victims and survivors of this event. Whatever this event is, we just live accordingly.
Genetically modifying us, being in their image but a little smaller. I think we were genetically engineered, populated, and distributed throughout the realm via orphan trains and many other modes that I believe are false
Here we go.
histories.
Orphan trains. Let's go.
I think this same genetic race may have been used twice already in two different resets. We see reset evidence of giants, and we also see reset evidence of architecture that is much smaller, but clearly from a past civilization, including such things as trains and infrastructure that are made for people of our stature. I think the controllers of this realm, which are similar to ourselves, were put in place by the true controllers of this realm, who to me are unknown, and perhaps are giants living beyond this realm. I have no doubt if there's another reset, they will repopulate and restructure the narrative and the timeline to suit the people. And that was in response to Matt's video.
And how could we not touch on the demolition of buildings? It's one thing to build.
Oh, I just lost it. Drop the ball. I'll get back to it. Give me a second. So, to what Ryan was saying, though, Ray needs a mini John Levi. No, some say that it's not a mini microphone. Some say that John Levi is a giant, bro. What do you think about that?
And I said, no, I need one. I need a microphone.
I still need a microphone.
You don't have a microphone, Sandy?
No, I use my headset with the earbud.
Do you want a microphone? Would you use if I get you one, would you use it?
I would use it, but I would
need hold on. It's not going to be
adapter.
It's not going to be like the laptop that you never use that somebody gifted you, right?
No, I have tried to use the laptop. There's no Bluetooth.
Oh, that sucks.
But if there's a microphone to plug into it, that changes things. But the thing is, I'm gonna say, but even with the iPad, as long as there's an adapter, like a USB-C, I could buy a USB-C adapter for it. Yeah, I would take a microphone.
Oh, you need a microphone with an adapter that would do what? Explain it, so I know.
Whatever connector you have to USB-C.
USB-C? I have no idea what that is. I mean, that's the one that plugs into the phone. You're saying a microphone that plugs into your phone? Is that what you need?
Yeah.
Basically, right? All right, I'll keep my Russ needs a microphone too, though, to rap. So like, let's start a microphone rally.
Because on the microphone I bust, and then God we trust.
All right. Listen, if you guys want to donate money for a microphone
or microphones, they can just donate to the microphone.
Yeah, donate it to one of our things and put next to it Rye Russ microphone, Sandy microphone, whatever one you want to donate for, and we'll make sure it goes to the. We'll have the accountant Sandy.
I would prefer it didn't go to you, Ray. Just have it go to you.
I don't care. I mean, we just bought Singeman a computer. I mean, we're killing it.
To Ray's P.O. box.
He's gonna have the new computer soon. Where was my history? All right, here we go.
Oh, I got Sandy's next. Sandy gets the microphone first.
Listen. All right, we're back on track.
I got a birthday shout out to Sarah Theophilus.
Happy birthday! Oh wait, Ray. If we switch, we have my birthday song, but it's in my.
I have a birthday song for.
Good. You got the birthday song.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you put it in my StreamYard.
No, give me a second. I'll dig it up. All right. I just you guys think it's like as easy as Go Gadget live stream.
It is for me because I have everything in my StreamYard.
Don't lose your wallet, you lose your army if you choose behind me. If I'm your daddy, who's your mommy? She all wrapped up like Tutankhamun. Rip my style off like some dead skin. You can say hello to my little friend and get my balls off your damn chin. I hope that you can swim. Your mom did it. It looks like a bomb hit it. I'm gon' get it. Man, a 6-piece ain't enough for me to feed my family, and it's a tragedy. It's a coward, he's a lion. No denying he's always lying. He's high flying, brains frying. Where have I been? Ray, no one to stop you. You'll go to the top soon. Like a pimple, I will pop you. But get off my block soon, or I will drop you. Don't end up in the hospital. Ha! You just a small fry in the grand scheme of things. I live in a trailer that the damn FEMA brings. The weather getting real nice outside. I hope I get to see the spring. Remember that time I was as high as the sky is, the sun in my eyelids, and I sideswipe your pilot? Turn on the news and get mind wiped with violence and blinded by science. I prefer blindness and silence. It's more normal than what I'd normally get. Sooner or later you're gonna regret. My nickname was D's nut sacks. I always leave my house and never go back. I'm driving slow in the fast lane, it's fascinating. Mom loves the fashion and the passion in my accent.
If you're from the streets, you're gonna feel it. The truth, you're gonna hear it. True kings, we never fear it. We know we got the spirit. So come on, move along. Everybody grab a thong. There's a rip to the song. Don't get me wrong. If you're from the streets, you're gonna feel it. The truth, you're gonna hear it. True kings, we never fear it. You know we got the spirit. So come on, move along. Everybody grab a thong. There's a rip to the song. Don't get me wrong.
We all good except for one guy. He's a fun guy. He ain't gon' die. His day ain't gon' lie. I ain't gon' lie. My dog ain't gon' bite. Boston Ray, the world's greatest rapper. You're welcome. Now aren't you glad that you helped him? Thanks for being so helpful. Ray, you said a mouthful. You can't slow me down. You don't know me now. You gonna show me how? All the thoughts in my brain are brilliant. They say Ray, you're one in a million. Take a hit, take a slice. If one don't suffice, you can hit my blizz twice. Don't need to sacrifice. It's a fact of life, you lack and fight. From Boston to Amsterdam, you all know me and I am the man. I'm louder than an ambulance or an avalanche. I got a master plan, my shit sounds more liver than live, and I'm surprised I'm alive. I drive much better when I'm high when I drive. We getting right now, you suck, so you can put the mic down. There's a time and a place, and yours is not right now. From Boston to the south, back to the south of Boston, the south shore of Boston and South Boston too. I ain't gonna talk about how Rasta Bear just walks about. He's on his walking route with the cotton mouth. 4 a.m. he's at the Waffle House. They say, Ray, you better watch your mouth. If I could, I would, I should just super glue it. See, I knew what to do, but I never had the glue to do it. Back in high school, Mr. Super was a super student. Never wanted to leave his mom, and the super knew it. I'm high as fuck, driving by in the Cybertruck. Why's your girl on my phone saying I'm the one? I told you, mommy, that I was just having fun. My lighter ran out, hand me the matchstick or a lit candle wick. Y'all ain't got the bandwidth to handle this. I'll take your plan and dismantle it. Hey, little mommy, king on my own, but I sound much better with my kingdom behind me. Whenever I'm lost, you know where to find me. You couldn't buy me an ID. You trying to see me on the CD? Your life's been in motion since the time of your birth. But the thing that's static is this stationary earth. Some say a year is a lap around the sun. But we who seek the truth know that's completely wrong. Happy flat birthday to you. Happy flat birthday to you. Happy flat birthday, dear Dave. Happy flat birthday to you. This expansive plane is the best gift you've been given, providing everything you'd want or need for good living. Here's to you for spreading truth and the good work that you've done. All the best on the next few hundred revolutions of the sun. Happy flat birthday to you. Happy flat birthday to you. Happy flat birthday, dear Dave. Happy flat birthday to you. Happy flat birthday to you. Happy flat birthday to you.
Great video. Holistic Media hooked us up with the video.
Awesome video.
I
Awesome
want to
song.
play. I want to play your song too, Sandy. Just put it in the private chat. We'll play it in a minute. Let me.
I
what were you gonna-
can't. No, you're not. It's in StreamYard.
What do you mean? It's already in there. It's on.
It's in my.
It's on
It's
yours.
on After Dark.
So we'd have to flip over on.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. That was a great birthday song. It's good.
We'll get it though. We'll get it at some point. When
I mean, I can add it to your.
Yeah.
StreamYard.
Do that.
Your
For now.
late night live.
If you can.
That was for you, Sarah.
In this time
You got
period.
another one coming.
And a lot of people don't
All right, so
consider the fact that
this is important.
just
though.
looking at these
This is where he's getting into the whole. It's not even a theory. This is true. Like there's orphan train maps. I'm gonna bring that up too.
demolitions will show us how primitive these people really are. Typically,
hey, real quick, Ray.
deconstruct a building
All right, hold on.
would require many of the same means as used.
What's up, Bri? What's up?
Okay, I just wanted to add this. He's talking about genetics.
Genetics.
Okay. I just want to throw this in there. I have a few genetic anomalies. You can look them up. You can look them up. You can Google them.
In your family, or
well, yeah. It came from my grandfather. So one of the weirdest ones is I have an unbreakable bone gene.
What do you mean unbreakable?
Yeah,
Unbreakable, bro.
Yes.
Isn't there
I
a
swear to
movie?
God,
Isn't there a
it's
movie
not a
called
joke.
Unbreakable?
Yeah, it's not a joke at all. You can look it up. I forget the name of the gene. You can Google it though. Just Google unbreakable bone gene.
Like adamantium, like Wolverine. Like you're like Wolverine, bro.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And
It's
I'm
crazy.
not even. It's not a joke. I'm not even kidding at all. You can look
I
it up.
believe you. I believe you.
It's a super rare gene, and it's denser bones that are basically unbreakable. So yeah, it's crazy.
That is crazy. So
I haven't shared that with you guys yet until now.
Ry Russ is unbreakable. We should do a song called Unbreakable. We'll work on it. Me and Ry Russ are working on, and Rasta Bear's getting in too. Working on a new track right now in the lab all day, every day, constantly, 24/7.
Just in construction. And yet, in this time period, everything is done by hand with horse and wagon. And I'm not sure how many days this time lapse may have been. And we'll notice at the end here a massive hull because these people just continued taking brick by brick apart. And what they found is the buildings just kept going underground.
Yes.
And it seems like I just go on and on about this city of Salt Lake. I'm not sure sometimes if I'm getting any closer to presenting some kind of proof that the story we're given is a complete falsity. A city created in 1847 by 148 people. In 1850, 6,000, and in 1870, the railroad comes in and we have a whopping 12,000 people. 10 years later, about 20,000. And this is the approximate period I want to focus on today. 30 years. In the first 30 years, we are said to have 20,000 people. And what can a people accomplish in 30 years?
30 years.
You have to take into account the means, of course, available to people in this time period. Horse and wagon, and the introduction
What's up, Blue Pack?
of the train. We're told almost immediately in 1853,
Noise Guru.
construction begins on the temple. And we see a series of suspicious-looking photographs showing a massive
I didn't
wall
see you. How you doing?
already in place, and the tabernacle hall already built in the early stages of the supposed temple construction. And that would be amazing enough if we were to accept that. But at the same time, we're told they're building prisons that resemble castles, hotels, town halls, municipality buildings, industrial, universities, and places of worship for other religions, all within the first 30 years, and with a small population of less than 20,000 people. So this brought me to the National Register of Historic Places, and I quickly became overwhelmed. The amount of historic buildings built in this early
This is some real mudflood research right here. This is the real shit.
time period
repurposed
for people that we're told just trekked across the wilderness with oxen and horse, and some even on foot, is completely astounding, and in my opinion, completely unrealistic.
Yes.
Many of these have very vague construction dates and stories, seemingly written in haste. And I'm always impressed with how late in the game they are to add these to the historic registry. Some as late as 2013. But I am very thankful.
See, they just started making up backstories for all the old world buildings, like 2013. So what's going on is there's way more buildings than people. The place is so big and there's so many buildings left over. They're so old. The buildings are way older than the people. All right, a human's life, right, is probably about what, 70 years, right? Right?
That's the average. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Right? Okay, so within those 70 years, there's certain things that you leave behind, records, right? Like medical records, criminal records, God forbid, you know what I mean? Things like that, like your digital footprint, so to speak, right? And after you're dead and gone, it probably diminishes and goes away. But your legacy, people can look you up and find some stuff out of who you were, probably still, right? But think about a building that's 2,000 years old, or at least 500 years old, say, even 500 years old. 2,000 is a stretch. 500 years old, right? All the history of that building itself. It was here when we were born, and after we're dead, the building is still here. We don't really know where they came from unless we witnessed them build it, which is not these masonry buildings we look at.
Well, in many cases, such as the prison built in the 1850s.
So what's going on is
in the 1950s.
They couldn't possibly cover up all the history of the buildings in time, and we're catching on. And people are researching, and they're in a rush to cover it up as fast as possible because the truth is in the history of the buildings of this place. There's truth in there.
Before any thought of historical preservation would begin to take place. And it seems like it was easy to manipulate history all the way up until the 1950s. And here we see a picture of the Hotel Utah in 1925, now called the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, and we're told it was built in 2 years, from 1909 to 1911.
Want to join us, Super?
And here, for example, the Salt Lake County building, one of my favorites, we are told is built in 3 years, from 1891 to 1894. And this thing is nothing short of the most glorious castle, complete with gargoyles and everything Gothic. Here we see a beautiful castle, Converse Hall. It was built out of red brick and white stone, and was the first building erected for the college in 1906, seeming to have been built in 1 year. And here the old Danes Jewelry Building, built in 2 years, of red brick, 1887 to 1889. And really, I could just go on and on and on and on. Really, I've shown it in past videos. The whole city completely built out only 30 years after the arrival of these Mormon pioneers. Very similar to the miners of San Francisco between 1849 and 1870. Completely elegant and exquisite architecture.
It's beautiful.
Sprouting up overnight. And it's not.
But this is the problem. There probably isn't even enough population to fit in those buildings at that time if you look up the population.
Not just all of these buildings in Salt Lake City. You have Provo. They're building temples in St. George. All throughout the state, really. All in this beautiful style. And within this lot of 20,000 people, like I said, we have Catholic churches, Greek Orthodox churches.
Yeah, there's no way.
With domes and spires.
I mean, 20,000 people is a lot of people, right? What do you guys think? You think all them that he was just showing is like too much for 20,000 people? Or I don't know.
I have been trying for like the entire time. I haven't seen anything, so I've been trying to get this video in here. Keep going.
Okay.
Spires and columns, not to mention a sophisticated infrastructure and rail lines. And I think you get my point. A city for the taking. And here I was just watching.
Here we go.
Something that was shared with me.
Okay.
Featuring Jerry Seinfeld. And I had to.
Now we're getting into it. This is where we're starting. Let's go.
Do with the Coney Island infant incubators. And the interviewer asks him about his history, and he says his father was an incubator baby. And the interviewer laughs as if he doesn't believe him. And I'm going to play that for you.
Early 1900s, my dad was an incubator baby.
And very strange. Of course, we've talked about this before, but in short, between 1854 and 1929, the relocating of about 200,000 orphaned, abandoned, abused, or homeless children took place.
You hear that?
Yep. And it's a lie that there's 8 billion or whatever the number is right now. That's bullshit.
That's still a lot.
200,000. Where did they get all these children? Where did they come from? Why did they not have parents?
Well, wait a minute. I'm going to say that some of them are from World War One. Maybe.
Well, story I heard is they came from the Ukraine, which weird. And now we got Ukraine, versus Russia, which is total bullshit in my opinion.
I mean, some of those kids look Irish to me.
Most of them were Irish, German, from Europe.
Yeah, it's probably
Italians.
German genetics.
Yeah,
I do want to say, if you want to stop and wish Sarah happy birthday, it's there now at the bottom. It's there.
Sarah.
Sad story. Something in between acting as if they're doing a noble thing for these children and at the same
Storms are
time
brewing in your
benefiting
eyes.
the needs for labor, for farmers, and even for the railroads. Here they're showing us advertisements placed in papers encouraging.
This is real. Look, homeless children, the Children's Home Society, 8 boys, 10 babies, 10 babes, a company of orphan children. What's going on? Wait up.
Ew, they were calling baby girls babes?
I guess so, Sandy. I didn't want to say it out loud. It's gross. Listen. This is new. This is new to all you, right? Like most of you. Like not all you, because the people that follow me are very astute, but the ones that just sit on Sandy's channel all the time and never come over to Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures.
Are you
The
serious
adoption
right now?
of children. Here we can see a poster.
Shout out to
A
Sandy's
number of children.
Shout out to
brought
For my
New
people,
York
check out all the
are still without
inappropriate
homes. Please
punctuation in these things. Without homes, period. Call
Yeah,
and
yeah.
see them. Period.
All of Sandy's people are worried about the color. The colors are a little off or something. Like, let's go.
Call and see them. And often they were treated like farm animals. Their teeth were inspected. They were made to do push-ups and other tests of fitness. This program originally said to be started by this man,
this guy,
Charles Loring Brace, and
they always show this guy and they say Charles Loring Brace. He's the one. Look, the first orphanage in the United States. The first orphanage. We're gonna get into this tonight, guys. We're gonna go deep.
He had to do a profile pic.
Yeah, uncovered before the early 19th century.
He couldn't look at the
I know what you mean. The side view.
Yeah, what the hell?
He didn't want to look him straight in the face, or maybe it's just a fake guy that they made up. But around 1830, the number of homeless children. I'm not going to read it all actually, but because they're gonna just keep repeating. It's going to be very repetitive, but it's important.
We're told in the 1850s there was up to 30,000 homeless children.
Oh, go ahead.
So they're also saying the kids are coming from addiction and abandonment, from illness, poverty, and yellow fever. And I did a whole thing on yellow fever in the United States. That's Mandela. So it just ties in with this, because that's a Mandela, and now we have this too. So that's
all right. So that's a Mandela. And the other thing you noticed earlier, what was it?
Oh no, I was talking about the inappropriate periods. That's something I've been talking about a while.
No. It was something else too. There was something else. The rain cloud, the bomb cloud.
Oh
rain.
yeah, the rain bombs, and we also had hail bombs.
We need the Mandela flood clip back, Singe Man.
And they had a lot of
in New
insane
York
asylums
City.
back then.
And New York City's population at the time was 500,000.
I'm glad you mentioned the insane asylums, Rye, because we're gonna get into the asylums tonight. I have it. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get.
You're gonna get into it. All right.
This guy has this great idea to start shipping them across the country. In this early time period, some cities barely even getting started, barely laying the tracks.
Wait. So the cities were barely getting started. Some of them barely laying the tracks down, and they're shipping children. Like, it's all right. It sounds like a repopulation thing, right? Like the place is completely wrecked. They're rebuilding the cities, and then all these children are coming in train loads. Are you guys okay with this, Ken? Doesn't sound weird to you at all? Nancy!
To these supposed newly constructed cities. We're told these children were often known as street Arabs. Brace believed that street children would have better lives if they left the poverty of New York City and were instead raised by morally upright farm families. And in short, these children were ultimately slaves, not sold.
Whoa. So they said they need to be raised by farm families and just sent them off to be slaves at the farm. Basically. Like they took them out of the city. They took them out. They took these mobsters out of New York and they put them in the country and made them farm. It made them do it. They didn't want, look, these are the people who started the mob, hence Mud Mob. Okay. The orphans started the mob because they were the Italians and the Irish.
For the love and care of a new family, but rather for their ability to labor. And I think this whole story is a lot more twisted than this simple and seemingly well-intended narrative. The children were told, your parents are not your parents. Your life begins when you are chosen.
They were told, your parents were not your parents. Your past was not your past. Your life begins when you were chosen. That's crazy, right? You come to, so you come to this new place, right? It's completely wrecked. That you don't know why they took you away from wherever you came from before, right? And you're an orphan, and they're like, your parents are not your parents. Your past is not your past. Your life begins when you were chosen. And they're like, so check this out. You like that building right there? There's like one building standing. It's beautiful. Old world. Huge mason building. Yeah, it's a pretty nice building. You need a place to live, right? You know, you're homeless. You're a kid. You're in this strange world. You're one of these guys. You're like, what the fuck? They're like, yeah, okay, you can have that building. You just need to stick to the script, Sonny. You're like, what? Okay, this is what you need to do. All right. Your great-grandparents were Irish. And they came over here on the boat. And you've had this building in your family for over 500 years. Pass the story down to the children. We want you to repopulate, have as many children in this place as possible. You can keep the building. That's your building now. I'll sign the deed over to you right now. All you need to do is, and they did that to everybody.
And that's when the building was founded.
Do either of you have any sense of how far back your ancestries go in New York? Have you ever?
Yeah, I mean, mine came in the 1920s from Ireland, Northern Ireland.
Mine about the same, early 1900s. My dad was an incubator baby in Coney Island. He was on display. They had just invented the...
He's talking about Ryan. Ryan is actually Jerry Seinfeld's dad, and Ryan is an incubator baby, and that's why he made up the name Mud Mob. He knew the whole time. Ryan, shout out to Ryan in the incubator.
Incubator.
What? You could literally tell me anything.
Shout out to Ryan.
Well, that's it.
That's it.
I thank you for joining
Look
me.
at that.
And
but that's it. But look at that picture. You see how many levels under that's all right. That's like a whole building right there. And then
how many levels
God.
Under the ground?
Mr. Super Sidewinder's here.
Shout out to Mr. Super.
Hi, Mr. Super.
How you feeling, brother?
Good video.
What up?
As always.
Family.
Hey, the King Weirdo is here now.
I think we're finally scratching the surface. We're finally scratching the surface here tonight, guys.
There's a surface?
Yeah, how you been, Mr.
Is it curved or is it flat, Ray? What's the surface all about?
Super. You know, we're working on a new track right now. It's just in the early stages. Are you gonna get down on this next one, or are you gonna
Oh yeah, dude, I'm clear. I just put out two new mixes, dude. I just put one out tonight.
Nice.
Good for you. Keep pumping the mixes. You ready?
I did it.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
detect no curvature at all. Except the sick chick I just saw at the mall. Back in high school, I sold drugs in the hall. Now I slang knowledge, so listen up, y'all. When it rains in the salt plastic creates a reflection, a perfect mirror with optical detection. Natural ladies giving me an erection. I ain't worried about your man, cause I don't mind flexing. We got laser tests, just out the taboo conspiracy. Nations of the realm, they're committing heresy. But the time has come now to open minds. Planting seeds of change when I spit these rhymes. Let's go.
I'm tying up the loosening ends. Ray, you said you were retired and you're already producing again. This is why I always lose and I win, and I start where I choose to begin. As the mark, as a stomach, go, ego. I hit you with a blunt or two, get you where you wanna go. Wanna call up Kubrick to fake the moon landing? It's gonna take planning, technology advancing, on and off like a light switch. Money's tighter than a vice grip, I'm flyer than a light ship. Man, chicken stinks. I'll come at you with everything under the kitchen sink. I like tobacco products, I scrap and rap a lotta. Fresh to death, nevertheless my lungs are black like Aunt Jemima. Hand me marijuana, wearing pant pajamas. Earth is flat, as a matter of fact, debate me if you wanna.
That stuff is flat.
Run the dance hall. We no see the curve at all. That's why the Rasta man, yeah, I run the dance hall from coast to coast. You know it's the most, rocking it down like I'm cooking the French toast. When I was a kid, I used to shop at Toys R Us, but now I'm on this track with Boston Ray and Russ, spreading the truth from coast to coast, just like the Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. I got no time for you to master your debate. I just know that there ain't no curve except for the one that's on my plate. No curve can be detected from up in a plane, and you know it's insane when you wanna come and test me. Well, I know it's true. Rasta man, Andre, come for you. The chainsaw, run! I get it done. Burn Babylon, cause I'm #1. So here we go. Gonna bust up my flow. Rasta man, yeah, we run the stage show. Cause when I was a kid, I used to shop Toys R Us. Then later on, I bought the Domo bus, a Volkswagen 1970, true. Yeah, West Philly, yeah, we rocked it for crew. Went from coast to coast, but I sold that too, cause I needed the money, what you wanna do. But it's funny how the things change, and how your mind derange, and everything full circle, we keeping it real. Now I rock it out with my bat Lucille, and you can't stop me, no matter how you try. Cause every day I be celebrating 4th of July, never gonna die.
So, for the people who are just catching on and don't know, there's a True Kings. True Kings is us. It's me, everybody who can mix, rap, anything, play an instrument on the album with us. Anyone, we're all True Kings, right? You're a True King. I'm a True King. That's the whole point. But Rye Russ and I and Rasta Bear, Mr. Super Sidewinder, we've all been working on this album. It's like 2 albums now almost. Like, so that's what the whole point. There's a playlist. Okay.
Ooh,
In
there's
the
a bunch
chat.
of them now. How many songs is it now,
This is the official True Kings playlist. And
what's the count?
Let me just explain it real quick, Super. This is so like every time there's a new song that comes out, it's gonna be put onto this playlist. So if you saved this playlist, you could save it under your playlists on your channel. You could save it, like, just, I don't know, you save playlist. It's there. It's a button. And then every time we make a new song, it will show up on the playlist automatically. So, but basically, we plan on like making some vinyls and a couple CDs. You know what I mean? Actually putting it on a physical copy. But we have one whole album out so far called No Hierarchy, and now we're almost finished with an EP, a second EP, and we did it all within like a year and a half. I've been getting a lot done.
Yeah.
So what's up? So what were you gonna ask, Super? How many songs there are?
Yeah,
it's about,
how many
it's about at least, I think it's at least 30 tracks now.
That's what I was thinking, close to 30, yeah.
I think so. And what were you gonna say? I didn't mean to cut you off earlier. What were you gonna say?
That's all I wanted to ask.
About your
I
your
was just
song.
telling you, I did a couple hours online with Max Doubt, and I came here as soon as I got offline with him.
No, I was gonna say
about
about your music. What were you saying? You recorded a new mix.
Oh, I put 2 tracks out. I put one out a couple days ago, and I put one out tonight.
Put the link in the private chat if you can, and put the link in the big chat for everybody else too. Okay, so getting back on track. Orphan Trains. Orphan 1, 2, 3. Orphan Train.
No. Before you do that.
Oh my god. Here we go.
Don't. Oh my god.
I've been getting I've been getting so interrupted tonight. Like we were already. I don't have a lot of time. Okay, we already an hour 19 into the show, and I have like.
I know that.
Hours
but
more to
here's
go.
the thing. Russ wanted to wish happy birthday, and I went through all that work. We're gonna do it. So Russ, wish your friend a happy birthday, and then I'll play it.
Sarah Theophilus, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Sarah.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
So now she got both songs.
So who made that song?
I did.
What do you
That's
mean?
the one that's I play for everybody's birthday.
I know, but the actual music aspect.
Oh, that's just the free music that's available through my app.
Oh, so it's a clip that you made and you got the music.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
And also, I sent you a video on your phone earlier from Sagar Mandela Effect. That's related to your Orphan Train.
Yeah. I seen it, and it's a Facebook video, but my thing will not let me play Facebook. No matter what I do, I click it, it's like it blocks me. It won't let me in because I don't have a Facebook, and I don't want one. So, but I want to play the video because it looks interesting. There's no version of it on YouTube or anywhere else that we could play it from?
I can play it on my phone, record it on my phone, and send it to you as a video.
I dropped my new one in the private chat for you.
Oh, actually, give it to Mr. Super. Mr. Super, can you screen share one thing for me?
No, I'm on my phone.
Wait, Splatter, can you please screen share?
Yeah, just one video. I have the whole show. I want her to.
Oh yeah, okay. Unmute and then talk. Right.
How long is your video, Sandy?
It's a short.
All right. Yeah, let's do it. We'll do yours first.
And mine's only 2 minutes or so. It's a short.
I got something that you'd really like to see here myself on here right at the moment.
What do you got?
Bro, I saw a dude, he made a 2-minute YouTube short. Like, I was like, how in the heck? Do you guys know how to do that?
No, I have no idea.
It's weird. Like,
I wish I did.
Or maybe they just changed the parameters because it used to be 1 minute was the limit.
Right.
Put it full screen. Yeah, that's a good
one.
Where is this?
Yeah.
Gee.
I've seen things like it. It's amazing.
Isn't that wicked?
You really want us to think that they want us to think that we people built that.
Holy
not
shit.
Not with the horse and buggy, because that sounds stupid. Horse and buggies don't build things, right? But the people were as primitive as riding horse and buggy around in muddy
that's
streets.
Incredible, isn't it? Like that.
Well, you just look at all those people standing around there.
They had no
How many
cranes.
of those people? How many of those people that you see could do anything to build something like that?
Look how huge that thing is.
No cranes, barely, no electricity.
Technology.
Zero.
None of the shit we have today, and we don't build anything like that now.
They built it to a beautiful perfection. Those stuff like that.
Anyway, yeah, I thought you'd like to see that. So there you go.
All right. Real quick, before let me just play this because this is important and then we'll get to Sandy's because I got it ready. This is a stuffed beagle. No, they used to use the listen. They used to use laugh. He's a small dog with a big bite. But he's an ankle. But he is an ankle biter. But anyway, listen to this. Listen to this though.
Sandy's nuts.
They use the children as chimney sweeps.
Oh,
okay. Everyone keeps cutting me off. They use the children as chimney sweeps. All right. This is important.
The jaunty image of the Victorian child chimney sweep is indelibly romantic and makes most people think of Mary Poppins. But the truth is, chimney sweep kids usually led lives that were, to quote the philosopher Thomas Hobbes, nasty, brutish, and short. New chimneys in the Victorian era had very narrow winding structures, which meant that small children were the only humans that could fit through them. The horrors of child labor were many, and the repercussions for the children who were chimney sweeps were nothing short of dire. It's generally believed that the earliest chimneys started to appear in Britain around 1200 CE. Prior to that, most structures were just one room, and if necessary, they would have a fire burning in the center. The earliest chimneys were large and wide, but their design continued to evolve over the next several centuries. It actually wasn't until after the Great Fire of London in 1666, when new safety regulations required narrower, more angular flues, that people started to use small boys to climb into their chimneys and clean them.
I told you.
As the age of industrialization set in, the number of buildings with chimneys exploded, and the services of child chimney sweeps came into high demand.
Ray's
Dangers of
nickname
chimney
was
sweeping were well known, and as a result, there were few people willing to accept the risk.
So they used to literally throw these children as chimney sweeps, because they were small and they would fit down the chimney. Those things are narrow, but they're like 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds.
The job
Your nickname was
However, the chimney had to be swept, so someone was going to have
Look
to
at them.
create it.
Look at the little
Unscrupulous taskmasters eventually.
That kid's like 7. Let's go. I can tell because my kid's 7.
Figured out they could get around the problem by buying orphans from the local parish or purchasing poor children from their poverty-stricken parents. Yeah, you heard that right. They bought kids from their families. Diabolical. These families were generally saddled with too many mouths to feed and probably had few options when it came to surviving. How much did a child cost? Prices generally ranged from 7 shillings to 4 guineas, and the ideal age for a child to start training was considered to be 6. Such transactions were typically a one-time deal, and it wasn't really a great deal for the young one either. They would receive no pay for their work, and although they were technically considered apprentices, for all intents and purposes, they were really just young slaves. These deals then bound the new sweepers to their new master until adulthood. The bulk of a chimney sweep's job was to shimmy up the flue with a large brush over their head. The flues were incredibly narrow, so the boys usually did their jobs sans clothing. As they moved through the flue, they would knock loose soot to the ground, where it would be collected later. The soot could be resold by the master at a profit. The master sweep did have some responsibilities under the law. He was supposed to teach the sweepers the craft, feed them, give them clothes, shelter, and allow them to attend church, among some other things. But how well these responsibilities were enforced is anyone's guess. After a 7-year apprenticeship, the sweep could graduate to journeyman, and eventually they could go work for a master of their choice. That is, if they were lucky enough to live that long. A Victorian child chimney sweep's working conditions were beyond awful, and it would be truly shocking to even modern coal miners. The children would typically be given a blanket designed for collecting debris while they worked. In something that sounds like it's ripped right from Charles Dickens' mind, this filthy debris collector would usually double as bedding for the child at night. This being the case, asthma and other breathing ailments were common, as were sores and other inflammations on the eyelids. Moreover, the job would almost always stunt the chimney sweep's growth. This is because the work required the sweepers to remain crouched in unnatural positions inside the tight chimneys. This would damage their growing bones and joints. A later study would show that the knees and ankles were the most heavily affected areas. And if that's not bad enough, the actual work of cleaning the chimney was nothing short of utterly terrifying. The inside of the flues were always pitch black. The chimneys were incredibly claustrophobic, and they were often confusing to navigate on account of the dark. And we're not done yet, because the most nightmarish part of the whole thing was that even if the chimney sweep successfully wriggled into the narrow portal they were required to clean, there was no guarantee they would be able to get out. The chimneys were often built in rows along the sides of buildings, and their flues often merged. A chimney sweep who climbed the whole chimney to the roof could easily go back down the wrong one, or go down the right one, but then make a wrong turn at an interconnected point in the flues. Chimney sweeps who entered the wrong chimneys or got lost in the flues could suffocate or even burn to death. Anyone claustrophobic yet? Oh, okay, good. I'm not the only one. Know that most were no more than 18 inches wide, and many were slimmer. They were also often twisted, and many young chimney sweeps got fatally lost inside the dark and winding chimney structures. The child chimney sweeps, who could sometimes be as young as 4 years old, were typically at the mercy of their brutal and cold-hearted masters. How cold-hearted were they? Well, they were so cold-hearted that it wasn't uncommon for them to literally light a fire beneath the child to encourage
John
them
Wayne?
to climb more quickly. This sadistic
Rick
practice
Swain.
is a thing of the past. But if you've ever discussed motivating another person
Look
by
at him.
lighting a fire under them,
Put
this
a
is
fire
what the
under
metaphor
his
refers
ass.
to.
Yeah.
And you are a sadistic master, metaphorically.
When someone says, "Oh, light a fire under his ass," they're talking about the orphans getting thrown in the chimney with a fire under their ass. Isn't that crazy? So some of these old sayings go back to mud flood research, and people don't even realize.
If a sweep did get stuck in the chimney, the standard operating procedure was to either let him perish or send a second sweeper in to attempt a rescue.
Look at
These
that.
rescues often didn't work out, and in such cases,
Whoop, there
both
it goes.
sweepers would be lost.
Whoopsie.
The walls of the house would then have to be torn
Now you
down
see 'em,
so they
now
could
you
be
don't.
removed. All to clean a
Well, you
chimney.
can see where they
Chimney
have all
sweep's
the clean
job
a
wasn't
chimney
already
now,
the
right?
worst.
Hold on,
In
let me pause it, let me pause it, let me
1775,
pause it.
Dr. Percival Pott observed.
What were you saying, Splatter?
I said, now you can see where they have child labor laws.
Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly.
Observed that men who worked as chimney sweeps had an abnormally high rate of scrotal carcinoma. In layman's terms, sweeping chimneys gives men testicular cancer. The good doctor was kind enough to describe the progression of what he called chimney sweeper's cancer in a fair amount of detail. To begin with, Pott states that the disease makes its first appearance on the inferior part of the scrotum, where it produces a painful, ragged, ill-looking sore. This unpleasant-sounding condition was known in the chimney sweep trade as soot wart. Pott observed that a growth would only develop in men over the age of puberty, which he noted led to its frequent misidentification as an STD. He also noted that the disease worked fast, writing that in no great length of time it penetrates the skin and seizes the testicle, and when it arrives at the abdomen, it affects some of the viscera and becomes painfully destructive. It wasn't Captain Obvious, but Pott's research also led him to conclude that the chimney sweeps had a tough life. He wrote that in their early infancy, they are most frequently treated with great brutality, and they are almost starved with hunger and cold. They are then thrust up narrow and sometimes hot chimneys where they are bruised, burned, and almost suffocated. And when these sweepers did get to puberty, they would become liable to a most noisome, painful, and fatal disease. Because of the invasive nature of the condition, few of the people who contracted the disease would live past middle age. The disease, thought to be caused by coal tar containing arsenic, had the dubious distinction of being the first ever reported occupational cancer. As for those who didn't contract it, they would usually develop lung cancer later on, since chimney sweeps inhaled countless toxic substances. The grim bottom line was, some form of cancer was basically inevitable and unavoidable for chimney sweeps. It's tempting to think that people in the past did shocking things because they didn't know any better.
That's
or
terrible.
they just didn't consider whatever it was to be.
So they all got cancer. Okay. What happened? Cancer.
shocking back then. But even in its heyday, the practice of using kid chimney sweeps was met with criticism. A bill
Yikes.
calling for regulation of the trade was passed in 1788.
Come on, dude.
But as is often the case with
This is an actual bill. In 1788, there's an actual bill about this.
such measures, it was rarely enforced. A man named George Smart invented a mechanical chimney sweeper in 1803. And while you'd think all the child deaths would have people celebrating at such an invention, the machine was generally ignored. An improved sweeping machine was introduced in 1828 by an anti-child labor campaigner named Joseph Glass. The simple yet ingenious device consisted of cane rods connected by brass screw joints. The final product was a flexible wand that was capable of navigating the complex flues. The device, which Glass didn't even attempt to patent, was approved by the government, and in 1829, Robert Peel ordered it to be used in all government buildings. Various other attempts to curtail child labor practices were made over the decades that followed, but they were all largely unsuccessful at reining in the practice until the Chimney Sweepers Act of 1834. This law, which was part
1834, that was when they finally made try to put an end to it.
Actually premised on the testimony of Joseph Glass, prohibited the taskmasters from taking on any boys under the age of 14. Yeah, that's still pretty young.
That's still young.
And no,
Yeah.
the bill really didn't do anything to lessen the suffering of these slightly older boys or
Look
of
at
any
him.
chimney sweeps at all, really.
Dude.
But we're grading on.
Bro, he looks like the Walking Dead, bro.
He does. He looks
He
like an
actually
old
does.
young man.
They put him in a chimney. All
When
the
he was
time.
4. Every
Occurred
day.
for these people. Finally, in 1840, the Chimney Sweepers and Chimneys Regulation Act made it outright illegal for anyone under 21 to work as a chimney sweep. That's when this atrocious practice finally heard its death knell. Just kidding. Everyone ignored the law, and it was business as usual for another 35 years. In 1875, a 12-year-old chimney sweep named George Brewster got stuck in a chimney and perished. His boss was subsequently found guilty of manslaughter, and widespread publicity over the incident led to a fervent campaign for even stricter regulations. After this, the sweeps were finally protected by a bill that was aggressively enforced. It was too late to save the lives of the countless young laborers who had already succumbed, but at the very least, no kid would ever again be forced into a chimney to line some slave driver's pockets.
Wait, I was like, a Mandela's coming.
It is bothering me
Yeah.
so much. Number one, that girl was wearing pink, not yellow. But more importantly, his chimney sweep brush is wrong. It's a big puffball now.
The color is probably stuffed beagle. I don't know though. I don't know for sure.
No, because the flowers are pink. You see the flowers? That's the same color her
yeah,
dress was.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mary Poppins.
But that used to be like thin and wiry, and now it's like a big puffball above his head. That's wrong.
Yeah.
No, I don't think this one will be copyrighted because it's from Stuff Beagle's channel and he edits them in OD.
Yeah, chimney, chim, chiroo,
They're making the
chiroo.
friggin' dude. I never knew what this was about growing up. You know, like I watched Mary Poppins when I was a baby and shit.
Jiminy, Jim, Jaree. How sweet is as lucky.
All right, Beegs. If I get copyrighted for chimney, I'm sending you the bill, certified mail, notarized. Oh shit.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
You've been on the fence, bitch, I'm talking about flat earth. I bet that you don't even think it fucking matters. You got me feeling like a tinfoil hatter. Whoa. You've been talking globe shit, I'm dropping that science. The globe is pseudo, I hope you don't fucking buy it. The flat earth's here, so you might as well try it. Whoa. 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 Why you on the fence? Always a true king, one you don't wanna miss. You're on my list, so pop the crisp, and I'll show you why the globe you should definitely diss. Yo, it's Rye Russ, infect you like a virus. On the microphone I bust, and in job we trust. Yeah, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's go.
My poetry is real, sticks in your head like my Pat Lucille. Life it is gorgeous, just like the ladies. I'm a Rasta man, yeah, I have lots of babies. Some think I'm crazy, but that's not true. Crazy is the system that's in front of you, being attached to it like a baby to a tit. I'm flying through this matrix with no wings when I spit. So have no fear, the true kings are here. Conscious hip-hop coming direct to your ear. I said now have no fear, the true kings are here. Conscious hip-hop direct now to your ear. Flabbergasted when you hear this verse. It's almost Halloween, good time for rehearse. I don't need no hex or Numeronomicon. I was born the best, yeah, I'm number one. Andre, what do you say? I said I burn bad mind now every day with no delay, and that's all I do. Yeah, give it back to you. Oh shit, a Cybertruck. Every time I see one, I'm like, holy fuck, a Cybertruck. I can't believe we're in Minecraft and my name's Steve. I said, oh shit, a Cybertruck. Every time I see one, I'm like, holy fuck, a Cybertruck. I can't believe it's like we're in Minecraft and my name's Steve. More like the simulation has a disease. Please, Ja, won't you help me out? Sometimes I get so frustrated, I just want to shout. But most of the time I just walk it out and just walk about. Roadblocks towards my destination, better change my route.
About flat earth, I bet that you don't even think it fucking matters. You got me feeling like a tinfoil hatter. Whoa, you've been talking globe shit, I'm dropping that science. The globe is pseudo, I hope you don't fucking buy it. The flat earth's here, so you might as well try it. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Your words ain't worth bird shit, they're worthless. They have no purpose. The earth is flat on the surface. You measure it's perfect. Let's go outside and smoke a bowl. What's the temperature? I don't know. Is it hot or is it cold? We accept the reality which we are presented. By being silent we have consented. Everything I say on this mic gets documented. Time to break through what they have cemented. You're trying to ruin my vibe or ruin my high. In my world, you do what you die. Stop repeating facts that they can't prove. We gon' win, they gon' lose. 4 in the morning and I'm smoking piff. I wanted some jiffy, but grab the jif.
Singe Man's here. What's up, Singe Man? Did you take a nap?
Shout out to Singe Man.
What is he doing?
Morning, Singe.
Something's going on.
He's doing Shaolin training.
Okay.
What the fuck is with that?
Are you there?
I got Mr. Super Song ready to go whenever you're ready.
He's in the
All
slums.
right, yeah. All right, you take over for a second, Splatter. You show Mr. Super Song and also play that video, that short, whatever it is, about the incubator babies. Because one theory of the orphans is the incubator babies, which is a whole other topic for a whole other night. But we will play the video.
Will you have that ready to go? And I'll play this first.
You play them both. I'm gonna take a 5-minute smoke break. Thank you.
Are you gonna put them in the private chat?
I don't have them. I thought you had the videos ready. Sandy's videos.
I just got the one.
All right. All right.
No, I sent you the one video on Messenger.
I don't
Get
know.
it?
I mean, I can keep moving forward.
No, not you. I'm talking about Splatter. I'm talking to Splatter.
No, I'm saying if we're not ready, that's what I'm saying. All right, let's.
He has Mr. Super, and then.
All right. You play Mr. Super Song, and then get her video ready while it's on. Can you do that?
I think so.
What is this? What is this sound? Hold on, it's Singe Man. I'm muting you for a minute. I don't know what that is. It sounds like Darth Vader, bro. Like, Luke, I am your father.
Right.
Oh, a real country breakfast, the best you ever tried. Pick up some Flatter Farms breakfast bud bites.
Flat Earth Farms Breakfast Bud Bites. Made with the best cuts of bud. Just like at home. Packed full of fresh country flavor. From the skillet to your plate. Tasty breakfast bud bites. Tasty breakfast bud bites from Flat Earth Farms. Try some today.
Available at all purveyors of fine products near you.
Shout out to Flat Earth Farms.
Are we ready yet?
Yeah, I got this one ready to go here. I got the one anyway. I don't know about.
Right, well, you need me to put it to the screen? All right.
Yeah. Am I sharing?
Just so you know, Mr. Super, if I get copyrighted for this song,
yeah, really,
if I get, it just looks like I might get copyrighted.
Isn't it silly that they like question the flat Earth?
Who's playing? Wait a minute, who's playing?
And you'll be in a world of your imagination. Reach out, touch what was once just in your imagination. Don't be shy, it's alright. If you feel a little trepidation, sometimes these things don't need explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Somebody can hold on to it. All you really need, there's nothing to it. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. Living there, you'll be free if you truly wish to be. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world, there's nothing to it. Come with me, and you'll be in a world of your imagination. Living there, you'll be free if you truly wish to be.
Oh, I see what you did. You played the harmonica over another guy playing ukulele?
I guess
That's
so.
Is that what
that's a
happened?
female. Her name is Lara. The link's in the description on the video on my page, and the harmonica is a new harmonica for me that John Keeley sent me. A really nice
Wow.
Honer 270.
Wow, Keely sent you. Oh, we should call. Where's Keely? Shout out to Keely. We should have. I forgot
I
about
don't
him
know. I
tonight.
left him a message earlier. He didn't get back with me. I wanted to dedicate that to his wife.
All right.
So
Well,
I can still do it if he gets back.
all right. Ready? What's up, Singe? Let's let Singe Man get in, Mister.
No, I'm going. So tired, dude. I can't do nothing.
Oh. Well, why are you here? I
Because
mean,
it's
I mean, you came on. You must have come on to say
just to
something.
say hi, and that's it.
Okay.
Hi.
Oh,
hi.
okay.
How nice.
I thought you had something like profound.
Yeah. Hi.
Well,
Are you still
at least
training?
you showed up.
Say what?
Are you still training with the Shaolin?
Hell yeah.
All right, brother. Hey, I'm gonna
Yeah,
come out
man,
there and
every
visit
day.
you, bro, and I'm gonna train with you.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna,
yeah.
When are you
I'm
coming
gonna bring my nunchucks.
He's gonna bring. Yo, he can ride Russ.
Nunchakua?
Do you want
When are you coming
to
up?
tell them, Rye, that you were an ex MMA fighter?
When are you coming up? Or when am I seeing you?
He really is.
Yeah, it's like it feels like a lifetime ago, but yeah.
That's cool.
Shout out to Chang's Hapkido and shout out to Middletown Martial Arts.
Middletown invented Kush. Is that what you? Was that what we were?
No,
at?
actually, it was Orlando, Florida, that invented the Kush. A lot of people don't know that. They think Cali, that. But shout out to Cali though.
Shout out to Orlando, Florida,
came
and
from
Cali.
Orlando. The Kush came from Orlando and then moved out to Cali.
Somehow.
So when am I seeing you, Russ? You coming up this summer?
Yes, I'm coming out.
All right.
Yeah.
So is Joe King also, I think.
And Singe, I'm glad. I know you're tired and you're going back to bed, but I'm glad you stopped in for a few minutes. It was
Thank
good
you,
to see
Sandy.
you.
Thank you, Sandy. Yeah, that'd be cool, dude. You and Joe King up there. Yeah.
Nancy, send Singe Man 6 shots of espresso intravenous. Stat.
I could do that, but then I would stay awake all night. So,
And the full name of that Middletown martial art, they changed names. While I was actually there, they changed names. It's actually called Hinzo Gracie Middletown Martial Arts or Hinzo Gracie Martial Arts Academy, I think is what it's called now.
All right, let's hear what Campbell has to say. Shout out to Campbell.
You have a society living one way.
Shout out to Hinzo Gracie.
The beliefs of that society so that you can rule it. Well, the answer is you start with the children.
Shout out to Audio Diadactic.
Have you heard of
What up, Scott?
the orphan trains? And this is what they use to separate children from their parents so that they could then educate these children into their belief system and basically educate them into being workers for the system. And this is what happened in the 1800s. They were dismantling the old society and basically programming everyone with the new paradigm that they wanted to introduce. So it says here under orphan trains, between 1854 and 1929, the United States was engaged in an ambitious and ultimately controversial social experiment to rescue poor and homeless children, the Orphan Train movement. The orphan trains operated prior to the federal government's involvement in child protection and child welfare. While they operated, orphan trains moved approximately 200,000 children from cities like New York and Boston to the American West to be adopted. Many of these children were placed with parents who loved and cared for them. However, others always felt out of place and some were even mistreated. During the 1850s, there were thousands of children living on the streets in several major cities. The children were in search of food, shelter, and money. They sold rags, matches, and newspapers just to survive. The children formed gangs for protection because life on the street was dangerous and they were regularly victimized. The police often arrested children, some as young as 5 years old, and put them in lockup facilities with adult criminals. Determined to remedy the situation, the Children's Aid Society of New York Foundling Hospital devised a program to take children off the streets of New York and Boston and place them in homes in the American West, rather than allow them to continue to be arrested and taken advantage of on the streets. Okay, so we have a few big questions here. Where did all these children come from? Okay, this is the story. This is the mainstream, obviously, right? It's his story. This is what they're telling us, that, of course, it was all benevolent people out there just trying to help the children. Now, if you have been paying attention in the last year or two, you will know what really has been going on with children. And this is where it started, guys. This has been going on, a couple of 100 years. Okay, they were stealing children and then they were selling them and sending them out to people as orphans. The story is they sent them out, to the country where they'd have a better life, and they'd also help the families because they'd have more labor. As it says here at the bottom, some were even mistreated. Well, if you really start to look into this, most of them were mistreated. And the truth is that families and people were ordering children, as in they would write in and say, I want, whatever, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed child, this age, this sex, and they would get it. They would be sent out to them on a train. And so you can imagine with this kind of process, you can imagine what kind of people jumped in there and started claiming children. So in the beginning, the orphan train movement, the trains that took children across the country were little better than cattle cars and only had makeshift bathroom facilities. The conditions of the train cars improved in later years as more money became available, and in the final years, the children rode in sleeping cars. At one time, there were between 30 to 40 children, infants, and teens traveling with 2 or 3 adult chaperones. The children often had no idea where they were going, and they were only told that they were going
Illuminati
to take
confirmed.
a train ride. And a quote from an orphan.
And this is still going on today, because think about all the immigrants and everything. They were like tons of children, right? They're still bringing them in.
Train rider. I just finished eating, and this matron came by and tapped us along the head. You're going to Texas. You're going to Texas.
The refugees
Well, some
and
of the
everything
kids,
else,
clapped and laughed. And when she came to me, I looked up and I said, I can't go. I'm not an orphan. My mother's still living. She's in hospital right here in New York. You're going to Texas.
Yeah, I
No
hate
use
this new
arguing.
mute button thing. It is weird.
So there you go. That's a quote. There were so many homeless orphans in the 1800s that they were auctioned off to the highest bidder. And we see down here, when trying to explain why there were so many orphans, they put it down to immigration. Basically, they say all these people moved to, we're talking about the USA in this article. They said all these people immigrated to the USA, and they were all poor. So they couldn't afford to look after their children, which doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Then it goes on to say that, you know, a lot of the fathers that were poor had to take dangerous jobs, and a lot of those people died, leaving mothers with children that they then couldn't, you know, support. And this is really the story. And then, of course, you know, they sort of talk about the women with low morals and all this kind of stuff, shall we say? Because a lot of this was very religious driven as well, and you know, moralistic, or at least that's what they tell us, right? And so as many as 30,000 homeless children in New York in 1850. I've got a picture here of some kids sleeping in a mud flooded window.
Nice.
And
Mud
it says
flood
the
windows.
children's mission to the children of the destitute launched the first orphan train in 1850. And it says here, the first orphan train, the children's mission to the children of the destitute launched the first orphan train in 1850. The Protestant charity corralled the kids by searching all over the city to locate them. And it says 30 kids traveled from Boston's New Hampshire and Vermont to find homes.
Wow.
Down here we see...
Shout out to Boston. Oh, fuck. You know what?
Shout out to Boston.
You know what? You know what, Sandy? There's an ad blocker that's free. We're going to get it. We're going to get it going.
Okay.
It's called, well,
does it work on iDevices or just on...
Is it called Pi? Fuck, I can't. It begins with a P. I'll think of it in a minute. I'll think of it.
Shout out to Mission Hill.
It might be Pi. It might be Pi.
Okay.
Shout out to Mission Hill, Boston.
Oh, Mission Hill. Yeah, shout out to Mission Hill.
Traveling from New York City to Dowagiac, Michigan, carried 45 homeless children. When they arrived at their destination, local farmers and craftsmen bid on the children in an auction. The family took the children home, where they worked in the fields and in other capacities. A total of approximately 250,000 poor and abandoned children were relocated from the East Coast and Midwest.
It is called Pi.
Between the 1850s.
Let me show you guys. This right here, Pi ad blocker. It's allegedly it's free, and it blocks all the ads on YouTube, and people have been using it.
And 1920s. So it says right there, they were auctioned off. They were slaves. They were auctioned off to the highest bidder. And then, of course, it tells us why, you know, because some orphans were thieves and drunks. Right? Blame the kids. It's the kids' fault. All right? Orphanages were overcrowded and kids were kicked out at age 14. So there were so many orphans.
Won't YouTube detect it?
Even keep them in the orphanages.
No, not yet. They haven't done. They haven't stopped it yet, but eventually they will. But it's working right now.
Just awful.
Well, they made me stop using my ad blocker when they threatened my channel. They threatened me with shutting it off.
Bad for children's development. So
I took it off.
Why were they even doing? You know, it's this weird story, right? All these kids, you know, that they're saying that there was an overflow of kids and they couldn't even house them, they couldn't even feed them. But at the same time, you got these other groups going around taking kids off.
Look at all these photos. I mean, these are real. Look at all the kids, man.
Off women, off single women. That just doesn't make sense at all. And then, of course, they're shipping them out on trains to people. Basically, people who order them, we just said that they were selling them at auction. They were auctioning them off. Who was getting the money for that? Who was keeping the money? This is a business.
It's horrible.
So very nefarious. But this is basically how they put that you know, that intersection in between.
Look at the nuns.
Parents and children, and passing on information.
Wow.
I got this one ready to go now.
Ray?
All right, good,
Ray.
good. What's
Ray.
up? What's up?
So I just installed Pi, right? I just need to let you know that it requires that you let them watch everything you do online, including giving them access to your passwords and credit card information.
Whoa, really?
When I hit deny, it shut it off.
I better tell my boy, dude.
Yeah, let him know.
But you know what? My boy doesn't give a shit. He does all kinds of crazy shit. Like, fuck him. Bearsworth, what's up, bro? Yeah. Thank you, Bearsworth. God bless you for the $3. Listen, Bearsworth donates to me on Buy Me a Coffee. I'll put
Oh,
the link
that's so
in.
nice.
So
Thank you, Bears.
so on my Buy Me a Coffee, it has like most of the music I've ever made, like demos, old stuff, just all kinds of shit, like going back like to 2007. But like it's free. Like you could listen to the music for free, and it plays really well. But it's a little, a lot of crazy shit going on. But you can also donate to me there, and Bearsworth supports me monthly for $3 a month on Buy Me a Coffee. And he's been doing it for a while now. Going back, if you look at it, he's donated like a total of $40 to me. It says a total like $40 through $3 a month, and I only get like $1.80 out of it, and they keep some of it too for doing it. But whatever, every little bit helps, and a little goes a long way. So whatever, support what you like, or it goes away. We have all right. So I'm gonna get into now. Let's just to recap for my presentation so far. Is everybody up to speed? There was orphans that they were shipping all over the country between the late 1800s, middle 1800s, 1900s. The whole place was like just being rebuilt, a lot of the cities, and they were shipping all these orphans everywhere on trains. And let me show you guys something I noticed. Look, orphan train maps.
Oh, and shout out to Chicken Cone.
Shout out to Chicken Cone. And shout out to Chicken Farmer. Chicken Farmer. All right, here we go.
Yep, and Chicken Weed, but also there's a new restaurant called Chicken Cone.
And shout out to chickens. Yeah, shout out to the chickens that were in the middle of the road. Dude, this guy up the street has chickens for me, and like, dude, they're smart, dude.
This hour brought to you by Chicken Cone.
Boom. Look, where the orphans went. A map.
Send us a paycheck.
Send us a paycheck. Oh, this is going to be quick, Splatter, and then we can show yours. I'm sorry. I forgot. All right. Look at this. It's a map. Look, a lot of them were sent to Pennsylvania, the motherland for Sandy.
I'm from New Jersey.
New Jersey.
It's just as bad though. It's red.
Yeah, she's from New Jersey.
Nice. Jersey. Shout out to Jersey.
Shout out Jersey Shore. Jersey Shore.
I lived there for 8 years, actually.
Yeah.
8 years. That's a long time.
That's a long.
Yeah, I did.
I was thinking Joe Piscopo. I'm from Jersey. You from Jersey?
You ready?
You from Jersey? Oh, I love that joke.
Look,
yes.
these are
I'm
orphan.
from Jersey. You from Jersey?
Look, the orphan trains of the St. Cloud area. Between 1854 and 1929, an estimated 200,000 or more homeless and orphan children was sent west from eastern cities, accompanied by agents. Oh, the agency. Agents. They were accompanied by agents. The purpose was to find families that would take in children in a free home placing out program instituted by the Children's Aid Society of New York City, New York. The children... This is a real society. Like, this is real shit. The children were sent in groups of 25 and 100 on trains, making stops along the way where they might be chosen by some family who wanted a child or needed extra help. So not adopted. Like, they weren't treated like family. They were treated like the Sisters of Charity. They were treated like shit. They treated them like shit. The Foundling Hospital was big. We're going to get into all this. I have videos.
I messaged... Excuse me, Ray. Ray, I'm sorry. Noelle, I messaged you on the phone, honey. This is not an open panel. Sorry, Ray. Go ahead.
I mean, I might put the link out after I'm done. I have a little bit of a presentation to do, and it's going to be good. We're going to go deep. I'm just trying to get everybody up to speed. And if I have too many people and too much people talking, I'm not going to get it done. And I have things to do tomorrow. I mean, I'm trying to get it done. I'm trying to get through it. We're trying to present the orphan trains in a way that you guys can understand. So yeah, there's these maps that are like legit maps. Like, look. Orphan train maps. No, I'm not signing up or logging in. I'm not consenting. I do not consent. I do not comply. The second of the Elkhorn Public Library and Museum of Danish Americans Orphan Train event series last night was another educational. See, Orphan Train. Look at them all. This is where they were moving kids. There's maps, dude. Orphan Train maps. Look how many there are. Look. Boom. It's not just one map. It's look all over the place. All right. Anyways, I don't really want to bedazzle you with maps. Go ahead, Splatter. What do you got?
I got whatever was sent to me. That's all.
This is you. Who found this?
What?
This one.
I don't know. That's not the one that I sent him. I sent him the one from Sag
this is Singe Man. Anyway, this is Singe Man's channel. Go ahead. Put it up. Play it. We made this for a show, a different show. Go ahead.
You gotta start it over. You started like in the middle.
Well, he said to start it there.
Okay. That's Singe Man's great aunt, Etrin Flanagan. That's like an Irish, and then it's like a Polish name. It doesn't make sense. Good job, Singe Man. All right, can we get Sandy's video now though? The actual video? Do we have it ready, or do we need to do a whole nother rigmarole?
Splatter, it's Sagar Mandela Effects video that I sent you on Messenger.
On Messenger?
Yes.
Okay.
I love you guys. I don't care. I'm just like, I don't know. We're gonna get through it. We're gonna get through it together. We're all gonna go home to our lives.
Well,
I just have, this is like, I have a lot to present. Like this one's an hour and 46 minutes and this one's 52. So we have at least, that's like another 2.5 hours to go. I was just kind of like bringing everyone up to speed. Cause like, if I show these other videos, you guys are going to be like, whoa, you're going to be like, I don't understand, but I brought everybody up to speed.
Ooh, la la la. La la la. La 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 la.
Oh, tell me why haven't you returned my calls from a year ago? Every time that phone rings, I can feel my heart sink. I never hear you go. Hello, you're my superhero though. I can see things clearer though. Are you there, ho? Did you forget, honey? My heart, I want it back, pumpkin. Well, isn't that something? I know you secretly bumping the Meltology anthem in your whip, but you just can't stand him. You stole my heart, I want it back before I have a heart attack. And what a rack. On my wall, you'd want a plaque. I want my bloody money back. Imagine that. A matter of fact, our love blew away from the ceiling fan. Can you feel me, man? I'm still right here, can't you see? You want me to go away? I will never leave, though I will never be as good as you in your book. Well, whoopsie-doo, Ray, you should have knew. I'll make a career off you. I'll turn you to an example and people will stare at you. My notebook in my hand and my mic on a swivel. My money's on my mind and you're somewhere in the middle.
Ooh, la la la. La la la. La 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 la. La, la, la,
oh, tell me why haven't you returned my calls from a year ago? Every time that phone rings, I can feel my heart sink. I never hear you though. Hello, you're my superhero though.
I can see things clearly, yo. Can you hear me, yo?
Yeah. Damn, this girl sounds so damn cold. She also so damn bold, yeah. But the story's older than most. I like to tell you, look, you know those legends of old, yeah. But if the girl has heart and the heart grows fonder when y'all are apart, yeah. I give her one more chance when she hears this song. She might be doing the dance, yeah. Bitch back, bitch work, bitch twerk, bitch back, go to work, bitch back, bitch work, bitch twerk, bitch back, go to work, bitch back, bitch twerk, bitch back, go to work, bitch back, bitch twerk, bitch back,
Oh, tell me why haven't you returned my calls from a year ago? Every time that phone rings, I can feel my heart sink. I never hear you go. Hello, you're my superhero, though. I can see things clearer, yo. Are you there, ho?
Oh, la la la. My heart is lost in the prison of Oz. They call me a Tin Man, probably cause I'm a 10 out of 10. I came here to win Shawshank Redemption in this prison I'm in. You had to leave me over melted bricks, cracks in the foundation till it made you sick. My heart is broken half, but still I have to laugh. Because deep down I know it's just a part of my path. True to myself, and that's the way I have to be. King of my castle in this reality.
All right. What is this?
I don't know.
This is like an overview of the incubator babies.
Yeah. Okay.
From Sagar Mandela Effect.
Yeah, I know what it is. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead. Play it.
Play.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
It's okay.
Hang on a second. What happened?
It froze on you?
Okay.
You have to hit the play button at the bottom. That's just
What's
like
up, John
part
Kelly?
of the video.
Welcome,
Hey,
John
John.
Kelly, to the stream.
You can't hit the play in the center. That's part of the video. You have to click the play on the bottom left.
Okay, I was hitting on the bottom left. I may have hit in the center.
Yeah, it's probably frozen.
You know? It's not. What the hell went on? It's not working.
Go back, go back out and bring it back up again.
Yeah, I guess.
It's probably you're playing it from Facebook. It's probably Facebook.
Sharing thing.
We're being sabotaged. What's happening is we're being sabotaged.
John Keeley. Shout out.
John.
Oops. Okay, here we go.
Scott was going to join too.
Yeah, we go. I got it working now.
I don't know. Is Scott here? Did Scott come in? Scott. Nancy Page Scott.
No, I'm not sure.
Where is he?
Hi, John Keeley.
What's happening, guys? How you doing?
Anyway,
we're hanging in. We're waiting for you.
It's working now.
It is working now. And Mr. Super, you're so quiet. I didn't even realize you were still here. You're so quiet.
Me?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm glad you're here. You haven't been here in a while.
Right. I haven't felt well enough in a while. I'm.
What, you've been sick?
Right now.
Same. We're both feeling better. That's important.
Why you haven't called me?
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew you were sick. I had a feeling. I was like, you know what? That motherfucker ain't calling me because he's sick.
Yeah, you got me.
Old ass motherfucker.
Yeah.
Whatever. It happens. We'll have to pray for Mr. Super that he gets well.
None of us are getting out of this alive.
All right. Do we have the thing ready?
Yes, it's ready now.
All right, play it.
Bless
play
you,
it,
my
play it.
son.
See if it plays.
You have been blessed.
In the 1850s, just after the last reset, there began a massive push to reintroduce technology, culture, and even people to the world. World's fairs had these massive exhibits called live infant incubators. These exhibits were insanely popular, drawing millions of visitors. They even had nurses in uniforms acting like caretakers. The babies weren't premature. They were being artificially gestated. This wasn't just a medical breakthrough. This was unfathomably advanced technology. Artificial wombs, mass baby production. sounds a whole lot like a new world being repopulated after something big went down. In the 1850s, just after the last reset, there began a massive push to reintroduce.
It's looping. You're done.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Yeah. That's a whole other end of it.
Isn't it ever?
Where they did have, so the World's Fairs were used to program people. Like, they didn't have TVs back then. They didn't have the news, right? But like, they didn't have movies. Well, I don't know. But they basically, what they would do is they would have these World's Fairs, right? And it would be like all the latest inventions and technology and new things that they were introducing to the world within the next, like, I don't know, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, 100 years. Different. They like, oh, this is what the world is going to be like in 100 years. This is what the world is going to be like in 50 years. This is what the world's going to be like in 5 years. Like shit like that, you know? Like you're going to see things like this. Well, it's basically like they're programming people like, this is the way you're supposed to behave in 10 years. This is what you're going to be doing. Like, and also, so when they break out the new technology and stuff like that, they've already had the technology. It's just they. Anyways, I digress.
Yeah, you know how they used to say it's always 10, 15 years behind?
Mm-hmm.
I think we're 80 to 100 years behind.
But they had so people would travel to these World's Fairs like all across like the world in ships, like boats. It would take them like months to sail to them. And they had Tartarian buildings at the World's Fairs that were like, not Tartarian, but like old world architecture. Like it would be like, what's a Russian building doing in a building that's from Russia doing in America? You know what I mean? Like that's what was going on. And they had baby incubators there, and people would come to adopt babies or whatever, see them. I don't know what was going on.
In the last Tartarian Explained, we covered how in America there was a sudden need to build asylums in the 18th and 19th centuries. The size and population count during these times make these structures very questionable, some of them almost being self-contained cities. The narrative is that these were built because there was a rise in sickness and lunatics, and they say this is due to the Civil War and yellow fever. As we covered, this narrative doesn't really make sense, and it's much more likely that these were old-world buildings built by a prior civilization that were then turned into reset programming facilities by the inheritors. Now, this video could have been part of the last video because, in a way, this is a direct continuation of that subject, but I think it's better that we go ahead and do two different videos. It started to become apparent after the research for the last video that many of these asylums have another name. You know how at the very early history of many of these mental institutions, some of them actually started as prisons that had flooded with many who were mentally ill, and eventually the inmates were told to build their own hospital. At least that's how the story goes. But the point is that at some point, these prisons and mental institutions were essentially one. And the same could be said for the orphanages. Many of these asylums were also orphan homes. They have different names for them. Sometimes they call it orphan asylums, foundling hospitals, and oddfellow homes.
Mm-hmm.
This is where the story gets even deeper. These homes were funded and owned by a Masonic lodge known as the Oddfellows.
Yes.
These people play a major role in the reset program during the early 1800s, and it was done under the name of philanthropy. But if you look at some of their symbols and the people behind this, we can begin to suspect that maybe their intentions weren't so benign.
33 watching.
Interestingly, this was brought up when we looked into Spring Grove in Maryland. Many of these hospitals were funded by this organization. The Independent Order of Oddfellows, IOOF, is a non-political and non-sectarian international fraternal order of odd fellowship. It was founded in 1819 by Thomas Wilde in Baltimore, Maryland, United States, but it evolved from the Order of Oddfellows, founded in England during the 1700s. I don't know, that just kind of seems weird to me, but these people and their whole mission was to educate the orphans.
Yeah.
Well, guy goes 85 years.
Nancy, download the ad blocker for me now. What do you think about that? I got these things living outside my house, I swear. So, so far, everybody catching on? How we feeling about it? Let's do a quick roundabout. Any comments? Any opinions? Nothing.
Yeah, we were just talking, me and Max, about the similar topics about the orphans and whatnot.
Who was?
And there was a point where these people were taking infants, and they did a process called bottling, and it was like they bound the center of the child like in an hourglass shape, and raised them that way to intentionally cripple and hobble them, and then they would sell them to the elites. Like they bought them like they were pets, dude. And there was also a time, you and I stumbled across the research. They were mailing children. You could put stamps on a child and mail them wherever you wanted, dude.
Yeah, mail order children. Great.
Yeah, dude. That's
Cabbage Patch Kids.
And this is why I say there's a major crossover between Mudflood and Mandela, because that's the Mandela effect I covered in 2020. And now Singe Man is finding videos from 1979. That's insane. No way. No, these are, as much as it's Mudflood, this is Mandela too.
Singe Man, he trusted me to keep his secret that he just lives on forever and he does not die. He's lived for centuries. I told him I wouldn't.
We all do, but
and
I'm
that's
telling
why
you.
he has all these like videos of like old things and stuff like that, because he has a vault from over the centuries that he saves things. It's actually a box. It's a box. It's a box on the back of the agency, way in the back on the expired store shelves of yesteryear, with all the other would have, should have, could have beens, have nots, and what have you.
He calls
If
it
you
his
think about how
inventory.
we adapt to these insertions, like Star Forts, we never saw, never talked about, never anything, never were taught about Star Forts. But now that we've been exposed to them for a couple of years, we talk about them like we're experts. Oh yeah, they're always built near waterways, and they weren't built for defense. They were like power stations
Singe
and
Man,
storage.
it says here, Singe Man built the first Star Fort.
But the point is, we went from not hearing anything or not knowing anything about them to like going along with it, like somehow, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like accepting it or whatever. Even like on prominent things like the Statue of Liberty, everybody knows that was on a rectangular base. How you can get statues that still have the rectangular base, but you look at it in reality, it's on a Star Fort, it's on a different island.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how long does it take for even the most rigid of us to bend to that, right? Eventually. Oh yeah, we can talk about Star Force, because now we've known about them for a long time. But no, dude, they were never here.
No,
It's a new thing.
Yeah, I
You want me
remember
to play the rest of this your video there, Singe Man?
What video? We didn't play the whole video?
No, he told me to start it at 1:35, so I did. But now then he sent it me again, so I'm just wondering if he wants to play the rest of it.
Singe Man?
Singe, you there?
No, he's not there. He's never there.
He fell asleep again?
He was only there to say hi, I guess.
Okay, so let's take a
I got it
look at
ready to
some
go.
of
We can
these
play it if you want.
Oddfellow buildings. These are essentially
It's all right.
orphanages, and
It's kind of like gonna take me off track. Like I'm just gonna play this because we're gonna get through this.
Okay,
and
no problem. No problem.
This is
Gotcha.
gonna get really good anyway. Like it's fine.
Cool.
This is gonna be great. Just sit and relax and just pop some popcorn and smoke a blunt. That's what I say to do. No work tonight, guys. I run the show a lot differently than what Sandy runs her show.
Oh, I know.
What I mean is like we just chill, relax, and just watch videos and laugh and make comments and just kind of like, get to the point of what we're trying to present. But like, it's more fun. Like
Be
I'm
like a
not.
sponge.
You don't have to sit there and just keep sharing, like constantly like that. I can't do it. I get locked in. It's like, oh.
It's okay. I'm just wondering because he sent it to me again. I was just curious.
I get to the point where like I can't even stay like keep my head up. Like my eyes start hurting.
and they have lodges as well.
What's up, Kim Ray?
And it's the same thing. It's the same constant theme that you see with some of these other asylums. basically castles, right? And who are these people? There's another castle. Who are these odd fellows with all these symbols and
Boom. Lightning with
they have
the
these
lightning.
nice suits and they're
Let's
all
read this. This is a good comment. My grandmother and her sister were orphans and kept together. They were born around 1900 in Poland, married and moved to Canada. See? All the people in their town besides Livy, Lvov left for America. So basically, like a lot of people with these DNA tests, Ancestry.com, 23andMe, all that, they're coming back to orphans. They go back about 500 years and then orphan. 500 years, orphan. 500 years of ancestry, orphan. Or 500 years of ancestry and you're not from where you thought you were from. Or 500 years of ancestry and you're not the race you thought you were your entire life. Or the story you find out your story of your family was bullshit. So basically what they did was they sent out a government memo to all government employees to stop taking those tests. Why do you think they would do that?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, even like my ancestry, you know, I thought it went back to Scotland, but then I researched further, and it actually goes back to it's France.
See,
or that's as far back as I could actually research.
Basically,
It
it's
said
like
my ancestry goes back to some sort of like Duke of France or something.
if they got on the
Meant
news
the
tomorrow,
exact name, but
if they got on the news tomorrow and they announced like worldwide, like across the plane, that they don't know what this place is, they don't know what the shape is, they don't know where we came from or what happened really before we were all born. Nobody really knows nothing, right? If they went on and said that, I think it would cause a mass panic. The public would freak out. The normal people, the NPCs, you know, the people that are just drinking coffee, wearing their mask, going to work every day, driving in the car with the face mask on, alone.
the face maskers.
All right. Obey, consume, obey, comply.
in these cities, but
they live, we sleep.
Who are these oddfellows? They're basically a secret order. And I saw this cool website that basically was an artwork done with all their symbols and some prominent oddfellows and Freemasons.
There's the
But
handshake.
this is basically another order that is associated with these asylums and orphanages.
Be careful of people that come
So
up
we
to you
come-
and try to give you that handshake right here. This handshake, watch out for them.
Come down.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah, good
listening to
point,
some of the
Ray.
people in here.
It's
you have the vice president.
It's what it is in, you know, typically like a normal handshake is you go all the way into the person's hand. The Freemason's handshake is just like a very limp wristed just like a handshake like
This is the presidential handshake too.
It's
the
not
Freemason
it's not all the way in like a normal handshake.
No,
like when you're making a deal,
limp
and you go all the way in.
That's actually Singe Man in the picture right there. What I'm saying?
Check it out.
Immortal. But yes, it's a limp wristed. It's like a half of a handshake. It's not.
See
it
it?
doesn't go all the way in.
Just so you recognize it, whenever you see it on TV or anywhere else, you know what it is now.
Yeah, and the only reason I know about
ignorance is the enemy of winning.
And the only reason I know about this is because my grandfather was a Freemason.
Oh, nice,
Yeah.
nice. So
And
you
I
come
have
from
his Freemason Bible.
So you come from a long line of Freemasonic.
Yeah. Hashtag 33. No, but I want to do a show about this Freemason Bible that I actually inherited.
You brought it on before, haven't you?
Yeah,
No.
I think
Was that you?
we taught. Yeah, I brought it on one time before.
You came on and blessed. You came on and blessed us with the Freemason Bible that time. Now we're initiated. Some
100%.
100%.
You have the president in here. You have Albert Pike. So who were these people, and why, do we not hear about them as much as the Freemasons, right? And I find it strange that they try to say that.
All right. Sandy, how many people can we fit up here? Okay, well.
It wouldn't unmute. I'm sorry. You can have 10 people.
How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think.
But listen, when I have 8, it starts to slow down for me. But you're on a computer, so you might be okay with 10.
My computer kicks ass. I pay out the yinga for internet, so I think we'll be all right. I've been having pretty good luck, except for at the very beginning, but that was an old one that I didn't realize it was all fucked up. People think it's like Go Gadget live stream, you know what I mean? And it's kind of like, it's not as easy as Go Gadget.
Every time I clutch the mic, you can see the wheels spinning like a rusty bike. Don't trust my wife, honey, that's enough advice. One wrong move, you can fuck your life. I'm as cold as crushed ice. It's time to go and tuck my knife now. When I shoot, you better duck the fuck down. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Being broke is a career, my life is smoke and mirrors. This ain't the happy stuff that you hope that you would hear. Boston Ray, level head, I never said y'all just ain't ready yet. Monopoly, get off my property for free. Ain't no stopping me, constantly a monstrosity at the top you see. Boston Ray got bars and jars of flat earth farms in the car. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
Yo, everything nice when I sing this song. Don't get me wrong, cause I hit my bong like Tommy when it's 420. You got to understand, coming with it plenty. And it's a dose of reality straight from your brain. We're gonna let them know it's all the same. Cause Mandela affected on the mic I selected. Yo, you don't understand until you get with this. Gotta flow, everything nice, like what you wanna do. Karen B on the Monday Truth Talk. Got the coffee time spitting with your rhyme. I don't need coffee to be full of this. So real, I got love in my heart so I can feel, and I'm connected straight up to the source. And yeah, I love to have intercourse, cause it's so nice when I'm making that love. Just like on the microphone, flowing like a dove, flying in the sky, sending all the branch to the ceiling fan. And you know who I am, Ja. And I got the master plan. We're coming together. I don't need your hate, cause through all the weather we're so much better when we come together. Feeling our feeling, and we know it's the deal, cause we're on the same mission for truth, and that's for real. Yo, so I'm a micro machine. I gotta spit it straight like the man in the dreams. Can I bust my flow? I think I can, cause you see that it is so true and feels so lovely when you're spitting your voice and it's happy and free. Truth time warriors, and that's what I be. The earth is flat, so what you gonna do about it? I'm gonna shout it every day, and you gotta know it's true. Chemtrails up in the sky, but they can't stop the weather. It's the 4th of July. Yo, here we go.
Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think that it's easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
Darling, you're such a lamb. You sure you forgive me?
Okay.
Hey, Ray,
Yeah,
Sinchman wants you to show the 1979. It's at the top, the 1979 TV movie.
Okay. Because I'll play it. I have a whole thing coming up about orphans in the movies, and it's gonna cover it extensively. And it's like
That's a whole 2-hour movie.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
It's 2.5 hours long.
All right. Well, we'll play it at the end. We will play it because it's on archive. We can probably play it. So
it's 2.5 hours.
Hey, what up, Chicago Cubby Bear?
Hey, how's it going?
Well, I mean, at the end, I could probably play it and take off and just have it play.
Just have it run through.
Yeah, that's what I do, man. That's how I do. That's how I do it. That's how I operate.
Oh, wait,
They're
how are
all
you
for
gonna end the
friendship,
stream, Ray?
love, and truth.
Listen, guys. On YouTube, work smarter, not harder. Okay.
No, Ray.
Take my
How are you
advice.
going to end it?
I'm not
though?
gonna be. Listen, I'm not gonna be here forever. Okay. But while I'm here, take my advice. I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, but are you going to expect me to end it? Like to sit around for
No.
2.5 hours?
Yes,
I'll
we expect it.
end it. I'll be back to end it. No, I'm not gonna go to sleep. I have. You know what I mean? I'll be back in time to end it.
We love you,
Right, as
Sandy.
if this is just some charitable organization, but then, you come and you look at some of their symbols. I mean, what's going on? We have the eye, we have the fasces. These are all occult symbols.
Real quick, Noel. Hey, Noel. Welcome to Late Night Live. You're muted.
Hi, Noelle.
Your first time on Late
She's
Night
waving
Live.
hi. Sometimes she stays muted and she'll just wave to us for a little bit.
No, I just want to welcome because it's her first time. So
Welcome
Ever
to
been
Boston Ray's channel, Noelle.
yeah. Okay. Actually, Chicago Cubby Bear. Is it your first time too? Being on here?
Yeah, and here it is. Yep.
Oh wow. Okay.
Hi, Cubby Bear.
Hey, how's it going?
Welcome to Late Night Live.
Welcome.
And so we even have Rosicrucian or Catholic type symbols and Masonic artwork.
Yeah, the Masonic artwork is the creepiest shit.
Masonic with the 3 links. So that's the Oddfellow connection. They're connected with the Masons.
Of course.
And
the G stands for gnosis.
It stands for truth, brotherhood, and something else.
Yeah, the word is called
these people.
Gnosis.
Oh, there it is. FLT. Truth is the last one, I think.
Are the ones funding many of these hospitals, and they have buildings all around the world. Oddfellow halls.
Yep.
They have lodges. They have cemeteries. So this is a big deal. Here's a Oddfellow mansion in Denmark. They're in Australia.
Hi.
Let's keep scrolling down. Here's some in Toronto that look pretty. There's that Denmark one. And then you have some of these smaller ones, but even these, I mean, these are still old world buildings. We might think like these are pretty easy to build. And
you know what else
I mean,
about the G?
they probably are nowadays.
The G is the 33rd letter of the alphabet. If you repeat the alphabet again, like if you go through the alphabet the entire way and then start over to the G, it's the 33rd letter.
But still, I mean, the inheritors weren't going to waste time. They just took over some of these buildings that were already here. So there's some, and there's some bigger ones down here. Here's an Oddfellow hall. Pretty impressive looking.
Yes. All right, so their buildings, all the Oddfellow buildings, I have one that I will at the end we'll go over it. That I found in my Mudfoot Adventures show. So there's another show that I do called Mudfoot Adventures, and that's when I actually go out and investigate.
See this one, St. Charles. And so, yeah, I mean, this is obviously a
they're pretty
very wealthy organization to own all these buildings or have all these constructed, as they tell us. So, and all these lodges too.
These are all people that I've been playing like videos from my community, my research community.
They look very old world, and then they have cemeteries. So, very strange indeed. The Oddfellows, also known as the Three-Link Fraternity, is one of the oldest and largest non-political and non-sectarian fraternal and service.
Also, you see their robes, real quick. You see how their robes are like bedazzled looking? All right. Normal Freemason gowns don't look bedazzled like that. These guys had more bedazzled. And people say that, like, that's what the Tartarian robes look like and the way the Tartarians used to dress.
And Ray.
Yeah, what's up?
Didn't they also allow women? Didn't the ones in Pennsylvania allow women?
There's a group of women called the Rebeccas that are associated with these.
The Beckys, really?
The Rebeccas. Look it up. Look it up. See if you could dig up
I'm
anything.
saying maybe that's where that, never mind.
All right, all right.
Debbie's and Becky's and Karens. Throughout the decades, a Karen was a Becky, was a Debbie. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, wait up. So a Karen, I never heard Becky or Debbie. So people call you, like, it's the same thing as Karen, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and the Debs were like, in the 50s, the Debs were like,
Downers?
like
Debbie Downer?
No, like the Mean Girls.
Oh. I might have heard someone call someone a Debbie, or I'm just taking the update.
Debutante.
I don't know. But all right. Hold on.
Service-oriented organizations in the world. Now, if you think this is just some white person thing or this operation was done solely by one race, you're mistaken, as many of these Oddfellow organizations were also entirely black. We will come back to this when we get to the colored orphanages. Essentially, at this time, there was no healthcare, no orphanages, no care for the elderly, so this group called the Order of Oddfellows comes out of nowhere. There are many theories about how it first started and got its name, but its generally accepted belief is that it emerged in England when a group of working class men who fell outside of the established system of trade guilds banded together to form their own labor association. So
there it goes. Okay.
So they continue, and this is what they tell us, that at the time of industrialization in England, fellows from various odd trades gathered together and formed a fraternity to protect and care for their members and communities at a time when there was no welfare state, trade unions, and national health insurance.
33.33333333333.
These people had a lot of money and were not such an average working class guys as we're led to believe. It could also be that at some point the state took over because there's no way that this was just started by a few laborers. But of course, they give us this story. They would work together to help each other and the unfortunate families back on their feet, whether it was rebuilding a barn that had burned or putting in a new crop after a devastating season. Such helpers came to be known as Oddfellows, so named by general population who thought they were an odd bunch of fellows who would behave in such a selfless and seemingly impractical fashion. Then, the group adopted the name. This is a pretty funny way to get their name, but these are the stories that they tell us. And as many of you know, many of these controllers think they're clever by working under philanthropy, as the Order's triple link symbol is alluding to its motto, friendship, love, and truth. Which
that's what it
sounds
is.
Pretty fake.
Friendship, love, and truth, right?
Philanthropy.
That's what those three rings stand for. Friendship, love, and truth.
Fake to me. By the early 1700s, there were a number of Odd Fellows organizations in England.
These they look like sigils or something, some of them. It's weird.
In 1810, various Oddfellow lodges of the London Union Order in Manchester organized an independent order of Oddfellows with the title Manchester Unity. With their improved system, they were able to persuade other Oddfellow lodges to join their unity. They also chartered the Independent Order of Oddfellows in America years after. Okay, so it started in England, and at some point, through Thomas Wildy, he immigrates into Maryland and then decides to get Oddfellows started in America. Because at this time, for whatever reason, according to the narrative, there was no health insurance and there was no one there to take care of all the people. So, they decide that they're going to go build all
these places they would house like up to 240 people for their entire lives. They were small cities encased in a building. That's crazy.
These massive asylums and orphanages and spend all this money to make it super detailed and ornate. And let's break all other architectural goals ever made in America. And let's go ahead and make it a self-contained city. And you know what? We're going to do all of this for free.
A self-contained city for free.
Free. That's basically the abridged version. Okay, so do you believe that?
No.
So who is this Thomas
like a 15-minute
Wildy?
city?
Wildy was born.
Yeah, go ahead, Cinch. What do you got?
I said, is that like a 15-minute city, but even better?
Oh, yeah, it is like a 15-minute city, actually. You're right.
It's better.
It's
You don't
better.
go anywhere.
yeah. It's the same shit as what they're doing now.
There's an orphanage by me that I used to go to this Christian church a while back ago, and it's called the Annie Whitmire building. But anyway, they had these like chutes and stuff for like fire escapes. It was an interesting place.
Anytime you find anything like that, film it and
Yeah,
upload it.
I can go there
Upload it right
again.
away.
I can go there again and get some pictures of it. It's just down the road from me a little ways.
You know what's good to do? Just walk around, right, with a camera on, and try not to be shaky, and just film up and down, all up and down, especially like on the ground level, and just get like as much film as you can get. Like, it won't be that hard because you just do a walkthrough real quick, and then if you get good enough footage, we could play it, and then we just pause it at certain parts and look at certain pieces. And then if we find something good, you could go back even and dig deeper on that.
Right on. Yeah, I'll have to try that. I got access to it.
It's better than getting pictures, because if you try to get pictures, still shots are good if you see something like really good and you want to like zoom in and get it in detail. But if you really want to, because you never know, like sometimes with these buildings, like when the sun's hitting it a certain way, you miss things, and then you go home and you watch the video and you're like, why didn't I see that when I was there? It's like things just appear, and then it makes you want to go back and film it like that one little piece even more and see what it is.
In London, England in 1782. He was left an orphan 5 years later.
Oh,
and
look,
the
that's a
IOF
Masonic
pledged to
robe he's
educate
got
the
on.
orphan sprang from his personal childhood experiences. See, so what you have is these orphans guiding other orphans.
This just doesn't look right. Look at all these orphans. Look at them. They like marching like they're like, should I say, dare I say, Nazi soldiers? And
Snap.
Look,
wait, why Nazis?
Snapped on
Wait. Why
I
Nazis? Are you brainwashed?
I don't know.
All soldiers march like that.
Are you sure?
I got to be honest with you.
All
That's
soldiers
how we
in
used to
every
have.
place march like that.
We used to have to line up like that
Every military
in school, Catholic school. The boys on one side, the girls on the other.
And then the dude
Really?
with the top hat.
Yeah.
Catholic school? What year was that?
The 80s.
Oh, that wasn't even that long ago. They were still doing this?
Yeah, like
See
all
where they
right.
got
So
it
in
from?
the morning, we would get dropped off in the front schoolyard, and it was like recess, and then the bell would ring, and you'd have to go to where your class lines up. The girls lined up next to the boys like that, and we'd walk into school like that. If we walked from our classroom to the cafeteria, we walked like that too.
You guys are going to really love the last part of my presentation once we get through this piece, because the last part of my presentation shows all the examples of orphans being in movies, in TV shows over the years, and it's going to bring back a lot of nostalgia and things.
And this kind of reminds me a lot
teacher,
of Promised
leave
Neverland,
them
which
kids
we should definitely
alone.
do a breakdown in the future. But essentially, this process had already begun by this point. At the age of 14, Wildy went to live with an uncle. After he had 9 years of schooling, he became an apprentice to a maker of coach springs. He joined the British Oddfellows in 1804. Right? So they train a child to join this fraternity, and if you're the right choice...
Yeah, so these Oddfellows, they were started in Britain, or that's as far back as they can trace them. It's like 1700s.
You continue the cycle. So when Wildy immigrated to America in 1817...
1700s, keep in mind, is still within the 500 year, you know.
The British were still unpopular in the States because of the War of 1812. And that year, Baltimore was suffering both from yellow fever epidemic and...
Another thing is, all these are etchings, paintings. There's no real photographs. Not saying the camera was invented yet, but it probably was. They probably had it somewhere. But like, you know, if they want to paint a picture in our head of the history and want us to believe it, they just tell us a bunch of stories and show us a bunch of paintings that they just... Anybody... Singe, what do you think? You think this is real?
It's a lot easier to etch it into wood than to, I'd say, take a picture.
But I'm saying this type of art, Singe, because you're an artist, you're a pro, and Sandy too, right?
You know who did this?
Do you
MC
think?
Escher.
Do you think somebody could draw this out of just their mind, or do you think this is a real?
Only if you're
they
like
were there
MC
in the room.
Escher. Yes, MC Escher could.
Yes.
What they could make this up, right? Someone could make this up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
gosh. I mean,
yeah.
it's all right. So
AI
they're
could've did it.
using
You had
it's pen
dreams,
and
right?
ink. They're using Hatch. What's it called? Hatch something.
And, you know,
Crosshatch.
It could work.
Crosshatch
It
drawing.
could work both ways too, guys. Like
This is line art, yeah.
This
line
is the fucked up part. It's a slippery slope because they could be doing it to make up history, or these other people could be doing it to make us think of a new history. Like, you know what I mean? Make us believe in new history. Like, so like who knows? But it's definitely some sort of crazy shit that's going on that people should pay attention to.
It could have been a bunch of different things that the person saw and then put it all together into one picture. I mean, it could be lots of things.
Yeah, that's the thing. They could have seen this scene and then decided to draw it. It's probably not exactly accurate, but it's what they remember.
Well, yeah, there's no way that someone could etch that. Like, all right, if this was going on in the room, right, and this guy was like moving his arm back to pass this guy the bottle, or he was trying to hit him with the bottle. I don't know, what's he trying to do? He's trying to hit him with it. Is he gonna bash him in the face with the bottle? Either way, right? Whatever's
I'm
going
going to show
on.
you how they do it, though. I'm going to show you because when
Would
I was in
somebody
college,
What are you talking about? Why are you so violent? He's
Real
handing
quick.
him the bottle back because he's already
Okay, I'm
given
not
him the
violent.
medicine.
I'm not violent. Listen,
Ray,
listen
when
to
I
me,
was in
listen.
college, no, you listen to me for a second.
fascinated.
When I was in college, okay, I had a teacher. I had a fine art teacher, a drawing teacher, teach us that we had to draw from life. Okay, we weren't allowed to draw from our memory. We had to literally sit outside and draw things. And I'm going to show you what they do, what that artist probably did. So you go play your thing, and I'll do my little drawing.
What do you mean? What this artist probably did?
Yeah, I'm going to show you what that artist probably did.
I would tell you that he
I'm
wrote
going to
it
show
down.
it though; it'll be easier.
I
Yeah,
would say he
sketched
wrote
it.
it down in words.
Yeah,
and then you go home.
Oh no,
and
not
then
in
you draw
words.
it.
I'll show
Can
you.
we?
I'm going to
Can
show
we
you.
all? I'm probably clipping. I sound like. Can
You're
we
fine,
all
you're
agree?
fine.
Can we all agree that nobody could draw this freehand in the moment of it happening in the
Yes,
instant?
no, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm going to show you how they do it.
Okay,
just give me a minute. I'll be back.
Okay, I say that you write it down in words, and then you
Hold
go
on.
home.
You have 60
Wait.
seconds. She needs a minute. You have a minute. Nancy,
I
start
was
the clock.
talking. You keep cutting me off.
Go
when I'm
ahead.
talking.
Go ahead, Sin. Go ahead,
It's
Sin.
obvious. You write it down in words, and then you take it home, and then you draw it. Or if you can remember it in your head, I guess. But you might take some notes and then go draw it.
Yes.
Or if you're sitting there drawing it and it's happening, you quickly sketch out the lines as stick figures.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And
Yes.
then you go over it.
So you think they do it like a stick figure and then they go back and they draw it?
Yes,
what I would
that's
do.
what they do. Yes.
So you think this is real? You think this is a real one? Or you think
Absolutely.
What about people that like draw for like courts and stuff? What are they like?
Rock.
They do the same thing. They do the
Here's the link.
sketching first.
Get a rough sketch.
They do a rough sketch and then they work on it.
And
Now
mass
I am not
unemployment.
an
I
illustrator.
find it weird that they feel the need to.
So mine's going to be super extra crappy looking, just to give you a heads up. That's all.
Okay.
But you would go back and work on it because, yeah, they didn't do all the details and stuff.
Bring this up again. It's like all these organizations and structures are being founded during this 1812 time. And so they even admit that this outside organization infiltrating Maryland is basically unpopular. Are the Oddfellows some type of British fraternity that was started in the early 1700s to facilitate the process of putting orphans through reset programming? So he comes to America, puts out an advertisement, and on April 26, 1819, 4 men who responded to the advertisement formed the Independent Order of Oddfellows in North America, dedicating the order to achieve philanthropic goals. Other Englishmen who were Oddfellows had grouped in this.
So basically, what's important is that these people's motto was educate the orphan, right? Rock's here. Hey, what up, Rock? And they were also they would aid. They're gonna say it. They aid the sick, and bury them. This is their job, to aid the sick and bury them, bury the dead, and take care of the dead. That's why there's Oddfellows funeral homes and Oddfellows graveyards, right? And educate the orphan. So what does that sound like? The old people are dying. They're killing them off. They're burying people, and then they're
brainwashing,
indoctrinating
A reset.
children. And there's even an etching, a painting I've seen with them showing children like in the Oddfellows building the globe, like pointing to the globe with the children looking like they're teaching them the globe. So it makes sense that like why everybody's so brainwashed with the globe and everybody still believes the globe, because like since the start of this civilization, the new world, they've been showing the globe in the Rockefeller funded schools and textbooks. So they're like, they don't show them any geocentric material. They only show them heliocentric material. If you go to school and you were exposed to some good geocentric books along with the heliocentric books, you might, you've been, ever since you were in kindergarten, you've been shown nothing but heliocentric stuff. But there's plenty of good geocentric books that have been out for a long, long, long time, like hundreds of years.
The states along the eastern seaboard and willed to gather them all into the newly formed fraternity. He traveled widely to set up lodges in the most recently settled parts of the country. Now, it's not just that they bought these buildings, because that's one link that we have to this fraternity, but it's much harder to find what are the institutions that may have been funded by this very same fraternity, such as the asylums and colleges. See, when they say philanthropy, it really means they are capitalizing on their means of control and power. I just have a hard time believing that this random guy named Thomas came to America and just started one of the largest organizations to this day. And how did he get so wealthy if he was an orphan? These 5 people were responsible for funding many.
If you want to help Singeman get his computer, donate to Singeman.
These Oddfellow homes during this period, and they did so for free. I didn't really mention this earlier, but if you look at some of the symbols on the buildings, you can see royal.
This one right here is from my video.
Phoenician family symbology. This isn't just something that started from a small guild.
This building right here. This is the one in Malden. This is the one in Malden, Massachusetts that I discovered filming.
Right.
Yeah. What's up? What's up?
The word philanthropy.
Uh-huh.
That breaks down into man love.
Thank you for that, John Kelly.
So the Oddfellows are philanthropists.
Oh, that's what they said?
No, I'm just telling you.
How do you know?
Because I just watched the show on it yesterday.
Oh, nice.
On the Shriners.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Shriners were part of it too. So
I emailed you the ugliest sketch I've ever seen in my life, but that is what a real artist does, and they do the sketching better.
Okay,
like they'll do like the shape of the head and then put like lines to mark where the nose and the eyes are. But they'll do a quick sketch and then they'll go home and they'll actually do the artwork. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
That way they remember the scene and they go by their memory and what they sketched. Ugly as sin. I know, I'm sorry. But that is what they did.
Okay.
Yeah, great. And sometimes they'll put that on a projector and then do the artwork that way.
Wow.
Yes, that's true. They will trace it. But that wasn't what that was. That was me looking and just drawing crap. That was horrible.
That's cool. We get it. That's great.
This is another aspect that we need to understand, is that in the modern day, this has become mainstreamed like other groups similar to the Freemasons. Anyone can join nowadays, and they say it's just for love, and oh, this is just a fasces, and it means we need to stick together. You know, they make it sound all innocent because they probably really don't know.
We're definitely very like one of those like, American secret societies that you hear about from the Gilded Age.
Oh, I am in. And to our surprise, their headquarters.
I like what he did here. He played it backwards, like reversed it so that it could pass copyright, maybe.
Is in downtown Tuscola. The group sounds like something out of a movie, really.
They're called the Oddfellows, and their goal is to give back to their community. WCIA 3's Jessica Coons is here. Jessica, the Oddfellows have been around, it sounds like, for a long time.
Paul, they celebrate their 200th birthday in the U.S. next year, and while we're calling them a secret society, they actually do want you to know who they are because they're working to make a difference. Up a steep staircase in downtown Tuscola, Oddfellows enter their secret meeting
33
space.
watching. Thumb it up. Post.
Who goes there?
Look at the one eye on the door.
That password gets you into this cavernous room. Ainsley Heilich and his business partner bought the building 7 years
Who would want to hang out at this place?
ago, and when they walked into
got
this
the
space,
three-
And there's
they
no
didn't know what
and there's
to
no
think.
women either.
Then they found out it used to house an
nothing looks
Oddfellows
cool about it
lodge
at all.
dating all the way
Gay
back
fellows.
to 1865.
Shout out to the gay
We
fellows.
found all this great old regalia that was just hidden
Promoting
in
the audio
the crawl
down.
space. Almost like national treasure. It's like you start
Like the Odd
down
Couple?
a path of like little breadcrumbs, and it just kind of ropes you in further and further. And here we are.
With 55 lodges in Illinois alone. Heilich brought back Tuscola's
Morgan, you know you
order
wanna
3
join
years
us.
ago. They focus on charity
I can
work.
tell. Like I can feel Morgan's excitement. Like he has so much to say. He's about to explode. He's sitting at his house, like yelling at the fucking thing. Get on here, Morgan.
He says people crave being part of something bigger.
For a lot of people of my generation, we were raised on the internet, and we are seeking.
Don't miss your chance to shine, Morgan. Your bus might be passing you by.
That in-person interaction, and we're definitely growing tired of all the arguing on Facebook.
He says this room is a safe haven for people looking for more out of life.
Look, this is a safe place. We just have axes on the fucking thing, like in a pyramid. With what is that? Oh, that's like the judge's gavel. That's 2 gavels and a cross and an X. And what else do we got going on?
Spear.
The symbol of the Oddfellows is
don't poke your eye out
Pillars
with
of
that.
Baal.
the symbols
Pillars
of
of
Don't
the
sign the
Oddfellows.
contracts.
What's up?
The
What's up,
symbol
bro?
of the symbol of Oddfellows is similar to the Trinity symbol.
It's weird, right? I mean, it's all occultic shit that we don't know about. We were never taught about in school, but it exists.
Come to a lot.
A lot of it is pagan. Goes back to pagan roots. A lot of the so like the pagans worship the natural order of things, and that was their god, nature. Nature is the pagan god. That the pagans were pretty much the old world. Like that was like how we have Christianity is like one of the main religions now. Well, it used to be paganism in the old world. They switched it on us. Yeah, paganism. They switched it from paganism to Christianity now in the new world. But so like they put nature scenes on all their buildings and all their stuff. We already have 10 people, but yeah, because that's their god, and that's how they worship their god, by like putting flowers and plants and floral designs.
And they're going back to nature worship, like
I can drop down if somebody wants to go on.
climate change.
Who is it? Someone is trying to get in. I think it's Morgan.
Here, I'll drop down. Let them on up.
Mother.
Well, hey, thank you for coming on, Chicago Cubby Bear.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
Thanks for coming on, Cubby Bear.
Yeah, good seeing you guys.
Good seeing
Thanks,
you too.
Cubby.
God bless. So that's what's going on.
You leave all that behind you. You can't talk about religion. You can't talk about politics. All you're allowed to do is focus on doing the good of the order and being good friends to each other.
That's what brought Natasha Gardewine here almost a year ago.
Like I was kind of looking for like a group of people, to kind of, we have similar interests and stuff.
What's up,
so I got
Deanne?
here and I was really impressed with it because of the group of artists, and it kind of felt like somewhere that I could fit in.
she encourages others to join too, if not for the friends alone,
Come back,
but
Morgan.
being part of a secret society.
Oh no, it's still saying
pretty
no.
cool too.
What's up with that?
So I was looking through photos and I noticed that there was this ritual that involved riding some kind of goat. And so there's a couple books that actually came out talking about different signs and secret passwords and stuff. So, I mean, this is not just some, love and truth organization. Obviously, there's something going on. But in 1845, a supposed expelled and anonymous Oddfellow published a book called Odd Fellowship Exposed, where the writer described a horrific and probably inaccurate initiation ceremony.
the kids in
And in
Michelle
the
are doing
ceremony,
great.
a voice cries, "Prepare the goat," when a large black and white goat steps into the hall and the new initiate is told to mount it. After doing this and grabbing the animal's large horns, the new initiate is thrown from the goat and lands on the floor on his back, hearing laughter all around. So, pretty strange. And then there's another book that confirms it too. So it's not just this book. And it makes you wonder, why don't they talk about these Oddfellows doing rituals or being very symbolic? Like, why is that not explained when we kind of look up the wiki page or just a basic explanation of these people? And I also saw that there was this book that kind of explained the symbols a little bit more, and this could be its own video, but it's very religious. It obviously seems kind of associated with something much older. This is not just some laborers who came up with all this stuff.
There was a Rebecca's in my home.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I just thought it was kind of weird
It
that they
was
don't
a
really
small town of 600. There was a Rebecca's, and it had a meeting place was down in the basement with no windows. They promoted United Nations bullshit all over the place, and I guess I exposed them too much, and now they don't. Now they sold the building, and
Really?
they don't exist in my town no more.
Oh,
I
cool.
chased them out. I exposed them.
Well, so wait up. So what were they? They were women? That,
Rebecca's Club, yeah.
Yeah.
Women.
That's the women version of the Odd Fellows, right?
Right.
Let me show you.
And they had a entrance. There were no windows on the building. It's a cement block building, no windows. And when you went in, they had a board and they were always promoting United Nations bullshit. And I never liked the United Nations. And I said, what the fuck they were going to give children from the local school free trips to the United Nations. I said, fuck you and your brainwashing bullshit. Yeah, and eventually they're not around no more. I don't know. I think I scared them away or something.
Yeah, you are a scary guy.
To bring this up, I can't help but wonder why they went so far to make it a ritual or symbolical at all. This is just a private men's club, right? If you want to talk about philosophy, then do so. But I think it's more likely that our modern day Oddfellow lodges and groups are the remnants of a secret occult fraternity that was connected to the royal.
Morgan, you're here. How you doing?
Hey.
You made it. Thank God.
Yeah. Can you hear?
I heard you yelling at the TV from Canada.
Hi, Morgan, and hi, Rock. I didn't get a chance to say hi.
Hi, Morgan.
I didn't scare him away. I made him go underground.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
You can't yell and explain it as simply and plainly, though.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you showed up.
They most likely have moved into other organizations, or only the highest ranking members truly know the history of these lodges. Look into it. These Oddfellow Masons try to make it seem like they just talk about life and working as a team and stuff, but if we look at these old photos of these Oddfellows, I think it was something else back then. Look at some of these pictures. I mean, the whole city is in on it. It's almost as if this is some type of orphanage society that groomed the orphans into controlling the next batch of orphans, possibly by giving them some knowledge of the old world. So I saw this when I was looking through Google, and I saw these kind of illustrations. I was like, huh, that kind of looks Tartarian, because I know I've seen these types of engravings and pictures in other books where they were like depicting Tartarians and they look just like this.
Yeah, looks the same.
And
almost.
supposedly this is Oddfellow costumes. And at first I was like not really sure if it actually was the same thing, but
it is.
I think it is. Here's the Skull and Bones thing. Here are some real Oddfellows, and this is basically like there's different levels.
Hmm.
There's a book talking about it. Let's see. The Warden, the First Degree. I click on this. So, I think this is something to consider. I don't know 100% how to kind of add this in, but I thought it was weird because it does remind me of some of those Tartarian depictions that we've seen.
Yeah.
Not only are they connected with most of the local city institutions, but also the colleges. So if they didn't build all these structures, then what's going on? Well, first we need to take a look at ghost or reset cities. There are many photographs from the 1800s that should show heavily populated cities that seem to be completely empty. It's almost as if it's a total ghost town. What if the majority of these cities were already here, and then some event occurred that wiped large parts of the cities away? A lot of downtown areas are likely the result of this cataclysm. Many of the buildings not only have underground sections, but are only old brick up to a certain point before they are reconstructed with new materials. This would imply that the tops of these buildings were destroyed at some point, and it's more than just a few buildings that could have suffered a random fire. It's dozens, maybe even hundreds in nearly every city. The idea that this is a natural cyclical reset is just as plausible as the idea that our very idea of nature is being manipulated by other humans for the sole purpose of mitigating human populations under the guise of acts of God or weather phenomena. A fact or situation that is observed to exist or happen, especially one whose cause or explanation is in question. A group of inheritors then came in and began the process of using these buildings for their own population. They'd empty out a city and then move in a completely new batch of people. There'd be orphans who knew nothing of their history or the last world. Anyone who knew or didn't follow instructions would be put in the asylum. The way I see it is that the whole War of 1812 has to do with there still being some surviving populations in the US and their attempt to fight off the invaders. There must have been some type of hijacking during this point, and one of the means of doing so was asylums, colleges, and repopulating cities. We have all these fire events occurring during this time, and these are huge fires, and it may be that this is connected to when a city gets hijacked and prepared for repopulation. So let's take a look at some old photos of San Francisco, and they're pretty good quality.
They had blimps or dirigibles with DEWs. And they had free energy machines, and I believe it was mud flood was Armageddon.
Hashtag fake fires.
You know, we had him on here before, Rock. Alan.
Who? Oh yeah, Paco.
Paco. Shout out to Alan. Yeah. I think I might have had him on twice, maybe.
It's basically a panorama, and
It's pretty
these
cool.
photos were taken in the
He's interesting.
1870s. So, according to the history of San Francisco, it was founded by Spain in November of 1769, but it was still a small settlement with, quote, inhospitable geography. So, in 1850, there was still no real city yet, and it wasn't until the gold rush that people started moving into these areas in the West, as the story goes. And so the population during this time is supposed to be
San
around
Francisco.
150,000. And let's keep in mind that this is only because of an odd boost in the amount.
Okay, 100. Now keep in mind, 150,000 population. Let's look at the numbers. Remember that.
Of people in the 1870s, 20 years after the gold rush. It has the largest population increase if we don't include the initial population growth of the first decade. To me, this city does not look.
Look how big the city is. Okay. Look at how many buildings are there. Look at it all the way out as far as you can see. It's flat, but look how far the buildings go.
Yeah,
This is
the Napa Valley Orphanage is a big giveaway.
Now keep in mind, 150,000 people. Let's hear it.
Like a city of 150,000, but a city of more than 1 million. But where is everybody? There's not a soul to be seen. And one of the common explanations for this is
so this is on all right. So there's a channel called Jared Boosters, and he does like research on in our community on like the first photographs of cities. Like this is the first photo, I think, San Francisco. I don't know where this is, but like all the first photographs of cities were taken like in the daytime from a vantage point like this. Okay. There wasn't planes. Where did he take this? Who took this photo? Where did they take it from or draw it from or whatever? Right? Why were they so high up? And why isn't there any people walking around? It's daytime. Like they usually
Ray.
judge. Hold on.
You're asking questions that we already have the answers to, though.
Hear me out, though. They have different. Like we could tell by where the sun is at certain angles and certain ones of like what time of day it was. And for a city this big at that time of day, like afternoon, whatever, it should be like bustling
Ray.
with people. What? Go ahead.
There's a reason for it. You got to listen to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Because they told everybody to go in their house while they took this picture.
No, that's not what it is.
All right, what is it?
Well, first of all, I'm going to say that logically speaking, it would have to be a blimp or an air balloon or something to get that vantage point.
Zeppelin.
But the cameras, listen, the camera, right? The camera's exposure. People are moving. So unless they were completely standing still for 5-10 minutes, completely still, they would just be a blur. They would not be in the
So
picture.
there was no people standing still for 5 minutes in this whole town and this all for miles.
There's a photograph.
No.
Also, just hear me out. All right, if the place was flooded, melted, completely destroyed, and then there was like pockets of survival in certain cities like this that survived, right? And the place was completely abandoned, empty, right? We would set, and we waited 1,000 years, say, underground in safety, and then we finally came back out, Like, we would send scouts to look at the cities, right? Like, to figure it out, like what's still salvageable? Where is there still a city? Where can we live? What buildings are still good? What's completely fucked?
Okay,
This looks like
no one
scouts.
knows
in the
what you just
picture.
said,
There are people in the picture. Listen, there's a white building off to the right. See, on YouTube, you can zoom. You can't. But there's a white building off to the right. Do you see it? There's a whole group of people in front of there standing in line.
Where,
not
right now?
moving.
In this one? In this one?
Yeah, right there, right where you were just a second
right
ago.
here?
Yes.
Oh, look.
Yes.
Yeah, she's right. There is people right there. So
Because
why
they're
is
not moving. They're standing in line.
Okay, so you're saying that there would be more people. For sure.
Correct.
Maybe.
You can't
Sin.
see it because of the exposure.
But there's way too many. Yeah, okay. Maybe.
That these
I'm
were
sorry,
architectural
I just learned that in
photos
photography.
commissioned by the owner of the buildings themselves. And
But there's other ones with better exposure, though.
Where's
that
the
still
blurry
look the
pictures?
same. These are all different ones. Watch.
so they didn't want busy streets, you know.
I mean, there's so many of them, though. Like I could go on
Where's
for
the-
2 days showing you guys empty cities.
If
And
they're old,
just doesn't
if
really
they're
seem
old,
like
it's the exposure.
that's
I'm
the whole
telling you.
story.
Where's the
As
horses and
you would
buggies?
think there would be someone at least.
All right, Sandy. You know what? You're right. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
No, it's not you. It's not that you're wrong. It's
Some
that people
horses
don't
or
realize.
children walking around. I mean, even on a Sunday, we would see people going out to church. So it's just very strange that we don't see anyone in these photos. It's not just the photos that make San Francisco suspect, but the world fairs that were built and destroyed.
What are those things on top of that onion dome looking thing? They're called onion domes, but what are those? Do you know what that's called?
Those are minarets.
Antiquitech. Remember the word.
Antiquitech. Shout out to
Antiquitech.
Because we know what they actually are.
New word for you guys, okay?
No, my
So
theory.
what it means is technology from a time and place that we know nothing about.
It's from French.
Yeah. See, my theory is that Nikola Tesla, he didn't invent, he rediscovered ancient antiquitech,
or
and
he's from Tartaria,
blimps,
or he was
then
fake.
blimps were a part of the antiquitech, and maybe even direct energy weapons. And so by the 1800s, they had relearned antiquitech, some of it, and keep it secret from the rest of us. And they use it on us, and they might have used them in dirigible, them big blimps. What do you call them?
Airships.
Might have used those to
36
transport their
watching.
direct energy weapons that Tesla were already working on. Remember, Tesla already had them, that technology.
Yeah, but I think that this is what I think, Rock. I think that Tesla is a disinformation that they're putting out as kind of a sort of disclosure.
Yeah, he didn't invent it.
He might not even have been a real person, because we never were taught about him
Maybe
before.
not.
We were just taught about Edison. What up?
I need you to stop what you're doing really quick and show the photo I just sent you. It's one of the first photos of a human in a busy street getting a shoe shine. There's nobody there. You can't see anybody because they're moving.
This one?
But yes, you can see the man standing for his shoe shine. Look at the boy. He's like blurry. You see what I'm saying? But he's basically
Captain
sitting
Morgan.
in place.
Okay.
But the reason why there's all these shadows is because people are there. You just can't see them because of the exposure.
But the shadows are pointing in the opposite direction of the sun. The sun's not in the background, and the shadows are going the opposite way, like in the final experiments footage of Antarctica. Just calling it out.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is there's shadows for people that you can't see because they're moving.
Oh, that makes
Shout out to Captain Morgan.
Good picture. I like this one. This is very old. Love it.
It's the first photo of a human because of the exposure, because he was standing still on a busy street. No, on a busy street.
Interesting.
Within a span of 20 years, and
shout out to Nikola Tesla.
Largest earthquakes in U.S. history. Or at
No
least
problem. I don't mind talking. I don't mind talking about this stuff, but if I know something that's
it's also strange that there was this great flood in 1862 that sank the entire city of Sacramento and left a small island sea in Orange County that lasted for 3 weeks. Seems like a lot of things were happening back then in California. This may have been one of the great events that transformed California's appearance, as it was literally thought to be an island just less than 100 years prior, but no, that's just a cartographic error. Let's move on to Chicago. And I think I need to mention is that some people might need to see literally the exact same scenario as San Francisco with these like HD photos and all this stuff, but it's not always that simple, as it's very difficult to find photos of major cities before 1870, which, if you ask me, it doesn't really make that much sense. Why does California have professional panoramic photos of their city in 1870s, but we don't see anything like that for Chicago or New York? If so, it has been purposefully hidden. So basically, Chicago was started in.
Shout out to everyone in the chat.
We know the earth is flat, school's teaching the wrong things, so you call on the kings, cause truth we brings. Emergency landings, infrared cameras, we can see too far, and they don't have answers. Globies won a battle, I pity the fool. My nickname was professor in high school, schooling the teachers with no delay. I may have slept through class, but I always got an A. Ships disappear due to perspective, just like the sun and the moon do. It doesn't take a detective. Once you go flat, you won't ever go back. Lift the veil of deception, and you'll see the globe is whack. Lift the veil of deception, and you'll see the globe is whack. Lift the veil of deception, and you'll see the globe is whack.
about it? Would you rather do without it? We're the center, the sun and moon moves around us, yeah. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? We thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? We're the center, the sun and moon moves around us, yeah. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? We thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? We're the center, the sun and moon moves around us, yeah. The hard edge of flat earth. I know you wanna laugh and traverse around the globe and back first. And the truth hurts, I shoot first. New earth ain't a damn planet. Don't worship statues made of granite. It's a main, ain't it? The main vanished in the sailor fan, damn it. Flat as a pancake. Your mama loves my man steak. Your nickname is Spam Flake. I love a good clam bake. How much can a man take? I'm from Boston, I brought the sauce, it's awesome. Rye rust tossed in it more often than not, then leave you hawking and coughing. People stopping and watching, get the fuck off our block, man. What is their problem? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? We thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? We're the center, the sun and moon moves around us, yeah. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? We thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? We're the center, the sun and moon moves around us, yeah. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? We thought you knew about it. We thought you knew about it. We're the center, the sun and moon moves around us, yeah.
Let's get it.
I need to ask what Quantum's talking about. What Emmy with John Cena? Because that might make him respond. And for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, John Cena followed me on X. So we're trying to get him on the show. He's not going to respond.
How do you know it's really him?
It's actually him. He's got 14.5 million followers.
Because it confirmed.
It's confirmed. Wow. It's him.
Yeah. They have a confirmation on X. That's how you get your blue chip. If it's your actual name, you can't get it blued unless it's you. Yeah.
No. You can buy a blue tick now. It's not it. It's the fact that he has 14.5 million subs.
Oh.
And the people that follow him and are associated with him are other celebrities.
So he must see the Mandela effect then.
That's what Quantum is saying.
One
wrestling
why
moments.
Why else would he follow you? That's all you do.
That's what I'm saying. So if I can mention the Mandela that he's involved in, maybe he'll respond. I mean, he does follow like 900,000 people, so I'm sure his DMs are flooded.
Yeah, good call. I would like to see Dick Simmons up here running his mouth.
Wouldn't that be too cool?
He never had a head.
He'd know from his military training that the flat Earth. Yeah, that's cool. He'd know from his military. Yep.
Because soldiers know.
Yes.
Radar.
It's like the 1830s, and there's a lot of weird stuff going on with Chicago. Like the entire city was lifted up by a couple feet, and this was all done by private property owners with jacks. And they were lifting
that looks
huge
just like what you
buildings
showed
up
in the
off
beginning,
ground
right?
because there was flooding
Ray,
due to
rewind
these
that.
nearby swamplands, and I don't really buy that story at all. But on top of that,
what you just showed was exactly what you were showing in the beginning, right there. Look at that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, for those of you that missed the beginning of the show, Ray found someone moving a building, and it looked just like that one, except it was on a machine. And this is like people lifting the building up. That's insane.
Yes, that's right.
Why would they need to raise the building?
The picture you're talking about, Andy.
Like
if they got it on jacks and wheels.
Hi, Christine.
You know, the building was obviously sinking, or they needed to move it, or it was sunken.
She got it.
Dude,
it was
I had
flooded.
to jack
It was
my
mud.
building
It was
up.
flooded in mud.
To these nearby
I had to
swamplands
jack
and-
my building
There
up
was a mud
2
flood.
feet.
Go ahead.
I had to jack my building up 2 feet because it was 100 years old, and the town kept using my building as a form every time they poured a new sidewalk. And so they eventually buried my building about 6 inches. And then, so it's not impossible. It's an old stick building that I had to jack up 2 feet.
Okay.
In order to fix it.
Real quick. Look at this photo. Okay, Sandy, I want you to explain this one away, hot shot. Okay. So you see how the city looks. All right. Some of these buildings are kind of broken, but they look complicated, right? Like they look like they're all brick and they look like intricate. Some of them look like shit buildings, but the streets are all mud, right?
No, I'm not saying that. There's no one there.
What I'm saying is, if we were able to build buildings like as good as some of these ones in some of these photos, wouldn't we build better streets? Why would we leave the streets all mud but build these awesome brick, stone, amazing, intricate buildings?
That one brick stone tower is a incinerary. So
yeah,
you know that one on the right,
founded in the mud.
What I do know is we didn't use mud here. We had cobblestone. Like we still have the cobblestone streets here. And sometimes when the asphalt comes up, you'll have holes with cobblestone underneath it.
Definitely.
They're a pain in the ass to walk on when you're drunk. I can tell you that much.
They hurt like hell to drive over. Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Hashtag dug out of the mud.
We got them here too.
Boston still has some, but not as many as Philadelphia.
But that image you're showing is right next to water. So that's just the flood.
Yeah, exactly. That is a floodplain. That is where the water was. A lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Smart ass.
Smart asses.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop back to your
I don't
chat.
really buy that story at all. But on top of that, they tell us that there was this huge fire
41.
in
Sum it up.
1870.
Post it in
This
community
here is our
section.
key, as we have nothing else to go on.
Post it on X. Oh, we are on X. Post it on. Shout out to X. We're on X. Shout out to X.
This is when Chicago became a ghost city and cleared out. We do have a few photos of what this looked like, and let me ask you,
Go
does
back.
this really
Go back
look
right
like
now.
just a simple
Go
fire?
back to where the people were.
Yeah.
I'll try.
Pause it on the people.
I'll try. Oh, tell me when.
Right there. Right there.
Oh, it's a pain.
You're just trying not to show the blur,
This
motherfucker.
one. This one.
No. No. You know where? Right after the fire. Right
here.
after the fire.
Right there. I see it. Right there.
Right there.
Oh, I can see it.
Little more. Stop.
Ray. Fine. Ray, go forward. Go forward. Forward.
Little more.
Right there. Hit right there. Just stay right there and hit play.
It won't
Get
do
ready to hit pause.
It's such a quick one that it won't do it. I'll
You
hit
just
play.
do
I'll hit
5
play.
seconds forward, 5 seconds back.
I know Voynick taught me how to do that one time.
Right there.
You could turn the speed down, Ray, make it easier to catch.
That's a
All right.
great idea, Mr. Shooter.
I'm gonna drop out, guys.
Right there.
Thanks for joining us,
Good
Mr.
night,
Super.
Mr. Super.
Yep, we'll see you on the playground.
The camera. If this is
Love
even
you,
a
bro.
camera, all these things are sketchy. All these type
Do
of.
yourself a favor. Turn the sound off for this part.
Why?
Because it's going to sound horrible.
Why?
At half speed, it's going to be like...
Oh yeah. I forgot. Was it here? This is where it was. Oh yeah, it's gonna come up, right?
Right. It was second. It was a second before I told you to stop. So yeah.
Hey, look at that one. Has a guy with, and it looks like shadows.
Right here.
Yes.
It's
It
got
looked like shadows
shadow-
there too, but the other one was really good.
I still see shadows in my room.
It really explains what I was talking about with the long exposure. I can't believe this is playing.
This one? No, the next one, right?
I think it's. I mean, I remember the fire, but it was color fire. It wasn't black
But look
and
at
white.
this. These people are riding horse and buggy, though. Look.
Mm-hmm. That looks like a drawing to me, not a photo.
But do you think they could? These type of people that drive these things could build this whole city like that?
It's a drawing.
And look at the train. Out place. It looks like the New York City subway.
Looks like a giant circuit board. Look, even those buildings right there, look. Those look like the little computer pieces that go on like a circuit board. You know?
It does,
Like,
I agree.
You see it? You see it? The way it's shaped? Because
do.
it works like a circuit board. All the buildings used to generate free energy and push it to each other, and the whole place just worked on its own.
Ray's nickname was circuit board in high school.
And they shut it down. Yeah, my nickname was circuit board in high school.
Yeah. They pretended to build it, but they really just destroyed it.
Everything like they will know, and then you add non-speculation.
I don't know. I
That's
think
why I had the unknown speculation.
I think it's still, you think it's still coming?
I think you passed. I don't know. You may have
I don't
passed
know.
it.
I might have passed it. Fuck it. I'm not gonna be able to get it.
You know what? I'm going to find out where it is for you. Hold on.
Yes, if you look at the 1900s photos, you'll see lots of people. But if you look just a little bit earlier, there are many photos shot during the day that show streets completely empty.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that there were people here at this time, probably not as much as they tell us, but just look at all these buildings. You would think buildings this large, we would see way more people on the streets. In New York, there's another great fire that was forgotten that occurred in 1776 that destroyed almost 1,000 structures.
I like how we said we should see way more people. Like, if you see a picture of New York nowadays,
they're standing.
The streets are completely packed. You can barely walk sometimes.
Fire
Like I said,
isn't
if you
really
had
well
found
known,
that
but again,
picture,
you see this
I
in
could have
every
proved it
city
to
as
you,
it's a
but-
part of the reset.
I know. I saw the picture you were talking about, but it wouldn't come on. I don't
I know.
We must clear these cities out
Maybe
before
there'll be
moving
another
any
one.
population,
Maybe
and
another
one
one.
of the excuses is fires. I found this interesting, though. So according to the official history, George Washington and the Revolutionary Army had realized that the British would capture New York
Burned
City.
it all down.
So they decided to just set fire to everything so that they would gain little from it. Now, at first I thought, maybe that's a cover story, but what if there's actually something to that? It would explain why it took the inheritors until the early 1900s to repopulate New York and some of these other cities, as the Tartarians realized that they were going to lose the city and decided it was best to move west and set the cities on fire before the War of 1812. I think it's not too much of a stretch to think that when we see a revolution around this time period, there's some kind of battle going on between the new rulers and the remaining survivors of the old world. I should also mention that there was a lot of compositing going on in these early 1900 photos, which makes a lot of this even more suspicious, but even in some of the most iconic photographs, I believe these to be composites. They did the same thing for construction photos and for adding crowds in. But why would they do this? Well, the main explanation would most likely be for getting these architectural photos, and they would do a certain cleanup process in post, but I don't think that most people are thinking about that when they look at some of these older photos. They 100% had the ability to manipulate and make photos during this time, so this isn't some crazy concept. But we can still see that something's off with the official narrative, because we should see more people and more photos going back.
4 photos back, you could see the shadows of the people, but not the people.
Let's see.
4 photos back.
Where?
Way too far back. See the gray bar? Look at the gray bar.
I
Or just
know.
hit play from there.
Yeah, but they still didn't build all them fucking buildings.
Yeah. Good call.
No, I don't disagree with that.
This one.
Do one thing first before we naysay it, and
No,
then
that's Philly.
move on.
It's okay, Ray.
Snap.
No, I don't disagree with that at all. All I'm
The
saying
vast majority
is
have
that
been selected for approval, and I've looked through this entire
That's just how it's done,
radioactive
if you
border
will.
collection of Philadelphia, and all of them are completely empty streets. They have these very narrow angles,
Go back to
and
the photo.
it just seems very, very empty. When it comes to Baltimore, there are very few pictures before 1870. Again, that doesn't really make sense, and one of the earliest photos is just some random photo of a market. We have photos from the 1900s, and even then it seems that the city was not that densely populated.
Oh, pause.
With structures like this.
Oh,
Tell me,
never mind.
Yeah,
where
yeah,
are
they
Don't
didn't
worry
build
about it. Don't
that
worry about
yet.
it. Guys, just
the
when you go
people
back
at?
and look
It
at, you'll
seems by
see, whenever you see
1910,
a
they finally
blur,
started to get the streets busy.
that's a person that's invisible.
Oh, calm down, Mom.
This is supposed to be Baltimore in 1870. So why is it that there are such few photos, and the ones that we do have, there's only a couple people in them? And I could continue to do this for other cities in America, such as Louisville, Atlanta, Detroit, and many others, but this isn't something constrained just to the United States. In Toronto, it's completely empty.
That's not. See, I just disagree with this whole thing. This guy does not understand how photography works.
Exactly.
The buildings, I agree with you guys on. I agree 100% about the buildings.
Also, why are all the skies whited out?
Yeah.
You notice
Always
that?
whiting up the
So
skies.
if I
Vanilla
so
skies.
when I go into the dark room, okay, even in color, but we used black and white when we were in college because they want you to learn
Myself
it.
to get us to back.
You would have to
Hold on.
burn
You have
in the
you
sky.
have a dark room now all of a sudden? Where did you get a dark room?
I'm talking about in college, Ray. When I took photography.
My
in
dad
college.
was
You turn the lights out.
No, we developed our own film in the dark room and used the enlargers to make the prints. And then we'd stick the prints in the little baths, you know, the little liquid baths where you develop the pictures. The skies always look like that because they're blown out. You had to get a piece of cardboard and cover up the bottom and let the exposure happen on the sky for the clouds to appear. So they're not doing that in the dark room. They're just doing it. I'm telling you, it's just how this works. And if you've never developed a photo yourself, you wouldn't know that. If you never took a photography class, you wouldn't know that. And I'm just saying this guy doesn't have that knowledge. But the people are there. They're just not showing up because of the long exposure. Completely agree about the buildings, but he's wrong about this photography. Sorry.
For those of you wondering what I just ate,
I could debunk him.
Big cups, bag of Doritos, and now I'm moving on to the gummy worms.
Oh, guess what I have?
What?
It's all right. So there's a cheap company called Raylicious. I think I told you about this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they have.
My nickname was Raylicious in high school.
Oh my god! All of their candy was 99 cents. Now it's $1.99. I just realized it. But you know that viral candy where they'll take all the candies like gummy worms, stuff like that, and they'll put it in a freeze dryer and they get really big. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, freeze dried candy.
Yeah, well they sell it now.
They sell it here. They sell it here. They sell it here a lot. Like freeze dried everything down south.
Oh wow! I've never seen
It's
I've
big.
never seen peach rings and gummy worms.
I can get you so much freeze dried shit. Like they have it everywhere. You want some?
Sure.
I'll find some weird shit.
I want some.
As long as it doesn't taste gross normally.
No, I mean it's candy. It looks good.
Well, the peach rings are amazing.
I've
But anyway,
never seen it.
like even that building next to the hardware store. Look at that at the top. That's amazing. I don't believe it. No, you'll never convince me that we can't do that now, but we did back then. But there are people on this street right there. They're standing still, and there's probably people moving, and you just can't see them because of the long exposure. The guy
Body
just doesn't
move
know
in.
photography.
Body groove in. Yeah.
You look at all the track.
817.
Come on, stop.
Look at the
Let's be
young
honest.
trees.
Who's gonna leave their horses?
Yeah,
Who's
yeah,
just gonna up
like-
and leave their horses? Like no one's doing that.
Yeah, like pause it for a sec. And pause that, the scaffolding too, you know? And that's the thing. When you got the Holy Spirit going and you're noticing these things, right? Look at that. Look at that scaffold. What is it doing? Nothing.
They're building a a steeple on top of an old castle.
Yep.
Hashtag renovation.
Or
looks like they're putting bricks on the top of a steeple. Yeah, looks like they're
or what they
fixing
could be doing is if you found this building and you wanted to say that you built it, what would you do? Set up scaffolding around it. It's cheap enough, it's easy, and pretend that you've been working on it and you just built it, but really you found it and you want to make everybody think you built it.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good one.
Say it's the day that we did when we did those improvements on the steeple.
They founded it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And that's when they'll have the opening for it too. After they fix up that steeple, and that hole in the front. Like, well, the window, the rose window, the larger one.
You mean the rose window? You mean by rose window? You made the magnetron, right? The magnetron.
Look at the side windows there too, right?
Hello, everybody.
Like there's got to be a company that can make the glass for that, and I mean that's going to be quite the job in 1913 or whatever, 1930 or I think it's 1913. The picture, I'm not sure. It looks like 1913 though.
Maybe they took all the precious metals off the steeple, replaced them with regular shingles.
Maybe the windows aren't.
Okay, no, that's another thing. It could be. You know what I mean? Like, right? I mean, it looks.
Maybe they put the glass in there so that it would stop vibrating.
They stole all the gold from there.
No, but it looked like whatever it was. Okay, but the thing is, on this building here, there are certain things that we know almost for a fact. And one of those things is that the building looked as it is right now and empty on the inside. Like the inside, it's like it's not like got finery and all that. It's like this building here is a mud flood building, they found or whatever. Maybe that's shit on the inside, but I mean,
I don't see any stained glass windows on those
found
windows
it like
either.
this, and now they're going to make it look normal and then reopen it, and that's what's going on.
I found a church in Cambridge that had George Washington in a Freemason robe in the stained glass. Why would
they all do, Ray?
Why would a church put George Washington?
Oh, George is their god, Ray. George is the man god Osiris on the planet. Oh, sorry. That's one of the number one things, Ray. Okay, yeah. So let me take this opportunity, Ray. Okay. George Washington. All right. Mm-hmm. To the children of Satan, like to masonry, to like the devil, to masonry, to the Oddfellows children. Part of the narrative that the children would have been given, right? Even though, like they're told that they came from monkeys, but they were still all told George Washington is the embodiment of Osiris and technically our god. Yes, and they were all told that at the same time because he's a Mason and a man, but he's also God, Osiris. Yet they were all taught that. Every single solitary orphan. Yes. That is why you will find George Washington in all the stained glass windows. You'll find him in all the Capitol buildings. You will find George Washington.
You've seen it. You've seen
God
it before.
And Jesus Christ. You won't find Jesus Christ or God. You will find George Washington.
It makes you think that whoever built that church did not put the windows in. The windows weren't ever in there. That's why they're shaped like cymatics. It's to take vibrations and cymatics and frequencies and things and create energy. And they were reverberating. So they put glass in the holes to make it look like windows. They come along later on and did it, when George Washington was around. Those buildings were built before George Washington was here.
Yeah,
and
George Washington repurposed them. They repurposed them before. Yeah, before the paintings didn't have paintings of George Washington. They had paintings of like God and stuff like that. And then Washington repurposed them.
Well, there was no glass. Listen, there was no glass. And the Masons come along and put stained glass with George Washington in because he's a Mason, and basically, did it to make all the shit stop working.
Just made up their own stories and went along with it.
Yeah, made up a bunch of bullshit.
How could it possibly be this empty?
It's not. He didn't hear us explaining that.
Yeah, George Washington was a lot of things. I mean, I don't trust any of this shit anymore.
He wasn't even the first president. He was like the 9th or something.
Like, not that I trust this
Send
too.
you a
Like,
picture, Ray.
I don't trust anything anymore. It's tough.
I understand what the thing is a picture can't lie. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it sure does leave a lot concealed, occulted. These are very occultic pictures.
Yeah.
Kiss my kitty.
Thank you, Dr. Bash. Appreciate it.
Like, wow. Even the boat in the water, wow. Like there are truths in this picture because it's true. Like,
wow.
But there are so many truths.
See the airship containers?
So the ships are just sailing themselves.
We'll never know the actual truth.
Well, I sent you a picture, Ray, to show you a pure example of it.
Let me see.
Like some of these buildings
it gets
not have
clear
been
all the
built.
time.
There's no way they could build that back in those days with horse and buggy.
Yeah, no way they built those things.
No way. We found them. But
The
who
horse
built
and
them?
buggy.
That's the question.
All right, look. I need to explain this
Ghost
picture.
people. Ghost people.
Yeah,
that's right.
So I want you to see how transparent that man's shoulder is, and that woman's the left side of her, the right side of her.
Hashtag ghost people.
These people were in a long exposure, not sitting still. Certain parts of them are solid. Certain parts of them are completely transparent. Depending on the aperture, the lighting, and the exposure, you can have a city where it's full of people and you see not a single soul because of that.
Yep.
That is what I'm trying to say, and that was the example that we couldn't find because
Good
they were
point.
doing the same thing.
Good point, Sandy.
I just wanted to point it out. I
Those
don't mind. Like, I completely agree about the mud flood thing is weird. The building's not being built right, but this guy, is just wrong. He just doesn't know it. It's not that he's wrong because he doesn't know how photography works. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all I'm
Ghostpeoplemeet.com.
I mean, I'm starting to feel like I'm starting to feel like Sandy's coming up with mud excuses for everything.
I am not. Photography excuses.
It's a mud excuse, Sandy.
No, I'm just more about facts.
That's part of your job, Ray. But the thing, and when people learn that, you can work with it and move with it. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Morgan
exactly,
knows
Sandy, and that's like I need to understand what are these goads that you put in the way that it feels hard to kick my foot against. And the Lord's like, I put them there because you must obey me, respect them, and love them, and still do your job, or else that's where our effectiveness ends and we get done. You know what I'm saying?
And Morgan knows because me and Morgan have been long-time colleagues now at the agency, working alongside each other for a very long time. We almost know each other's thoughts, each other's moods, next move. He finishes my sentences a lot. He's very charming. He's very charming. We got very, very used to each other now. So we go together like peas and carrots.
All I'm saying is we can't ignore facts to make it fit. We need to talk about the facts. Like, yes, there may be abandoned cities, but not all of these photos are abandoned cities. Like, there's horses and buggies just sitting there. Like, they didn't leave their horses. There are sailboats sailing themselves. No, they're not.
Continues
There's
to say,
people on them
quote,
that you don't see.
asylums had an especially high death rate because contagious diseases spread rapidly when many children lived together. In 1849,
it's like a
20
dog
children
kennel.
died at the Colored Orphan Asylum.
You know, like when you get a new puppy, if it's from a pet store, they're usually sick because they're from a kennel and they're not from like a breeder. Same thing with this. Like they're in like a kennel, so they're all getting each other sick. Tuberculosis. Who knows what else?
In New York City, 9 of them from cholera. In
Cholera,
1840, the managers of the Washington City Orphan Asylum were pleased to report, quote, within the last 12 months, the withering hand of sickness has barely touched the inmates of the orphan's home. One infant spirit had been translated to a brighter world. Quote, 1 or 2 deaths in a year was a statistic worthy of pride.
Hashtag Mudskews.
Living conditions in many asylums promoted the spread of disease. It was not unusual in the first half of the 19th century for orphans to sleep 3 or 4 to a bed. They bathed rarely and wore grimy, stained clothes, giving asylums the sour, poor house smell that anyone who worked among the needy knew all too well. In 1859, when 4 Roman Catholic nuns took charge of St. Vincent's Orphan Asylum in Philadelphia, they found that of the 27 children in the orphanage, 13 were suffering from a skin disease all over the whole body. The children had no clothes for a change and only one suit which they wore.
Yikes.
I could actually keep going. There are a lot of these stories when it comes to these orphanages, but the point is that these were not nice places to be. If they had so much money to build these massive structures, right? I mean, look at some of these orphan asylums. They are very wealthy people who built these structures. So if the story is as they tell us, and they built these structures, why do they not have enough money to properly take care of the orphans? I mean, they basically got rid of orphanages in the modern day. I mean, just think about it. Why do they have so many orphanages back then and they're basically non-existent now? Does that make any sense? This wasn't limited to just the United States, as you see these all over Europe as well.
True kings, it gets lonely at the top. You know I don't believe in the globe no more. I don't
Because people can communicate now easier.
Talk trash till I'm sure. I write these raps when I'm totally bored. I'm the guy everyone tries to ignore. Style so fresh you try and buy at the store. We can bring them boats back from high on the shore. My flow's so hot that I'm frying the boards. So much money you try to afford. Debunking the globe is a sport. I'm blasphemous. Rapping, I'm a naturalist. Scratch at this, pass that tiff, light a spliff. I don't care how high we is, I'm writing this. Rhyming fast as lightning is. I'm a titan, I will bash you with my giant fist. I'm rapping natural, I will pop you like an aspirin capsule. Blast right past you, everybody's laughing at you. As I sit and bench, press the test of time. None of y'all cowards can touch my rhyme. You can't scuff my shine. You motherfuckers don't know I am loco. Say I won't go to your house for show. Knocking down the door, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Since the solar eclipse hit, is making predictions. You pass him that shit, kid, he's taking like 6 hits. I just seen you pull that mask down to take a sip of your drink. Breathing backwards is like trying to take a shit in the sink. What are the kids gonna think? Growing up in a world where individuality isn't a thing. No, I don't believe in the globe no more. I don't keep track, I just know the score. I write these raps when I'm totally bored. I'm the guy everybody tries to ignore. My style's so fresh you try and buy at the store. We can bring the boats back from high in the shore. I'm worth so much money you can try to afford. Debunking the globe is a sport.
Philanthropic. You gotta drop it. Work. flat earth.
Earth.
All right.
Well, there was this need to begin to move massive amounts of people to new locations, possibly for the purpose of causing identity crisis so that they would never know of their true history.
What, you want to do a remix of that song? We can do it, right?
We need to realize that
No
these
doubt.
asylum buildings were also
Don't be a ball
orphanages.
card.
That's why when you type in orphan asylums, you see the exact same structures. Not only were these mental institutions, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there was this rise in orphans. I really don't buy the mainstream story because many of these orphans were taken advantage of and put to work. So there's so much to this beyond just the stolen buildings aspect. But it's strange, right? Why the need to combine asylums and orphanages? I found this article called The Victorian Orphan Asylums, the Real Story,
Hey,
that
what up,
spoke about
team?
how many of these orphanages were owned by wealthy donors who would
Everyone thumb
donate
this
in an
up.
effort to
Post
receive
it.
good publicity.
Yes.
The writer looks at old newspapers such as the
It's between like 30 and
Wealthy.
50 people all night. We've been doing well.
Illustrated London News and discovers that they published articles in
Like
1850
Morgan.
portraying asylum
He
activities
owned
as
those
fun
places.
and joyous, showing fireworks as if everyone was having a fun time, yet the real conditions in the background were the orphans were not getting fed and many were suffering from sickness.
Right, that's almost done.
I was looking at some of these old photos and I started to see a trend with what's called colored orphanages. There's this engraving talking about how there were riots in New York at a colored orphanage, and the story is that this was a mob of around 1,000 people who decided to go and destroy this orphanage and everything in it, including the children's clothes. And I saw this article talking about this for Black History Month, and they were looking at this from a negative light, as if these people came in and destroyed this charitable organization that was doing a good deed. But I suspect that something else was going on at these orphanages, and some of the remaining survivors of the old world started realizing this, and so they fought back. Of course, the media covered this only from the perspective that benefited their sponsors. But as I kept looking, I realized that these colored orphanages were a big deal. And this is what was called the Colored Orphan Asylum, which was started in 1836 in New York, just around this period of the reset. So here we go again. We have the orphan asylum connection along with the old world buildings. Except in this case, we have this focused on the Black population. Of course, the mainstream explanation is that this has to do with slavery and that these children's parents weren't able to take care of them. But, I mean, look at this building. How many orphans did they have? And why was this considered to be an asylum as well? It's because it was a reprogramming center, and there were multiple of these. The specific one was supposedly rebuilt as well. Now, this colored orphan asylum was run by white Quakers, I believe, but not all of them were like this. And the Quakers actually started another one called the Thomas Asylum for Orphans and Destitute Indian Children. There's the Howard Colored Orphan Asylum, which was led by African Americans and has a very similar story. I know that many of these organizations seem to have good intentions, but I'm just questionable. I mean, look at some of these old newspapers. They were overcrowded and they wanted to make sure that they were good citizens. I don't know. This just seems super suspicious to me. And why are they called asylums? Mental training facilities. There's also the John Hopkins Colored Orphanage.
That's
and
right.
Look at this place. It's
Carter.
another freaking castle. These are what they call orphan asylums, and I just think it's weird that they have these specifically for colored peoples. I should mention that I've seen several photos with white children at these facilities as well, so not sure how strict they are with it being just Black children, but they really had these colored
Yes,
orphanages in every major city. Some of the buildings are not as large as the main orphan asylum buildings, but they had this for every race, and since there were so many Blacks in America due to them being here already, they needed orphanages specifically for colored peoples. There were also facilities for the Native American tribes, and mainstream history is pretty open about those being re-education camps designed to separate them from their families and traditions, so who's to say that all facilities such as those weren't teaching the same exact stuff? So now that we made the connection with orphanages and asylums, we can now look to see when this all got started, and this is when we get into foundlings. Because before all these orphanages, it really started with the foundlings, and these, I believe, were some of the first from the old world to be moved around in the old world European cities. So you had these first orphanages being called foundling hospitals, and they were the institutions funded by the Catholic Church for the reception of foundlings, or children who had been abandoned and or taken from couples who were not married. These started to appear all over Europe in the early 1700s.
Foundling children that were taken from unmarried
Yeah,
couples.
they weren't married, so we can.
It's almost like the word "founded," what they use for buildings that they found.
Yeah,
foundling. They just find everything.
Hundreds in Austria, Belgium,
We just found
France,
children's playing
England,
yards.
Scotland, Ireland, Italy, and Russia. Why so many children without parents? Was there some event that displaced a large group of people during these times? The Foundling Hospital in London was founded in 1739 by another wealthy philanthropist named Thomas Coram. It was a children's home for the education and maintenance of exposed and deserted young children. What's so weird is the excuse they give us for calling these places hospitals, because these institutions gave hospitality to those less fortunate. Yeah, they gave out so much hospitality while making orphans sleep or to a bed and creating a place where disease can thrive, such as smallpox. These were centers of control, not hospitality, and that doesn't even make sense. I think they knew what hospital meant in the 1700s. Interestingly, I was looking at the arms of the hospital, and there are some clear Phoenician symbols. The multi-breasted Diana? Why would they need to use ancient symbols of repopulation here?
Yeah.
This is a replanting seed operation, and they're telling you. These hospitals, just like Napa State, practice eugenics. They were trying to create the perfect race of humans, so these places were experimental repopulation centers for recently cleared cities. So in 1756, the House of Commons resolved that all children places should be appointed all over the country, and that funds should be publicly guaranteed. They then allowed young orphans to be flooded into workplaces all around the country. So, after their reprogramming, they put them to work. This exact same thing happened in the United States during the Industrial Revolution. Child labor was perfectly fine during this time. Some as young as 4 would work long hours in factories in dangerous conditions. Young migrants from Ireland and Germany were put into factories in poor conditions and essentially worked as slaves.
Yep.
It's possible that many of these factories and orphanages were owned by the British, who were then commissioned by the Royal Phoenicians, and they would take over an old world property and begin using these orphans as slaves to use as their own workers. In the Industrial Revolution, most of the children who were workers were orphans, and they had no choice to work for food. These children received little to no education. They would work in coal mines from 4 a.m. to 5 p.m., and the young girls would work in match factories, and the harsh chemicals would often cause them to lose their teeth.
Oh no.
So, if these orphan asylum hospitals are named hospitals for their hospitality, then why is it that most of these orphans ended up being used in factories during this time?
It's free.
It wasn't until 1938 with the
Free
Fair
labor.
Labor Standards Act that there was limitations placed on child labor. Interestingly, this is right around the time when orphanages started to fizzle away. I guess they lost their ambitions to help the needy once they realized they couldn't be worked any longer.
Exactly.
So essentially, it started with these foundling institutions that relocated and placed the children whose parents most likely were associated
Right.
with the old world in some way. And these children were then put through cleansing or reprogramming, right? And then these orphans went on to become Oddfellows. These Oddfellows were funded by royalty and older secret societies. These Oddfellow orphan Freemasons started creating orphanages in old world buildings in America to begin repopulating newly taken over cities. They would send in orphans via the orphan trains. This isn't the official history. Between the period of 1854 to 1929, over 300,000 children were transported from New York to the Midwest over a 75-year period, in the largest mass migration of children in American history. As many of 25% of these orphans were Irish, interestingly. So don't get it twisted, this was an operation. This was no philanthropic pursuit, this was planned and coordinated. Quote, in the 1870s, the Catholic Church became concerned that many Catholic children were being sent to Protestant homes and were being inculcated with Protestant values. They began operating their own placing out program via the railroad sponsored by the New York Foundling Hospital. Quote, many children fell through the cracks. They were mistreated, malnourished, and overworked, says writer and researcher Marilyn Holt, author of the book The Orphan Trains Placing Out in America. Quote, On the other hand, for at least half, it was a good experience. They had opportunities that they would not have if they stayed where they were. They may not have even survived childhood. End quote. Now, when she says they had opportunities, I think what she really means is that they actually had a chance to join the orphan club, or, like the Oddfellows, had connections with the higher ups or local officials that then gave them better positions. For the vast majority, this was not the case, but they like to mention that they did get some opportunities, as if this was representative of most of these orphans. Their opportunities were to be worked or starved for most of them. Today, it is said that over 2 million Americans are descended from orphan train riders. It could be even more than that. They use these old world train technologies to traffic vast amount of newly programmed orphans into these cities. This happened in almost every major city in America. According to the official narrative, quote, the co-founders of the orphan train movement claimed that these children were orphaned, abandoned, abused, or homeless, but this was not always true. They were mostly the children of new immigrants and the children of the poor and destitute families living in these cities. Criticisms include ineffective screening of caretakers, insufficient follow-ups on placements, and that many children were used as strictly slave farm labor. End quote. Shouldn't that make us question all of these orphanages and asylums?
Yep.
3 charitable institutions: Children's Village, founded 1851 by 24 philanthropists; the Children Aid Society, established 1853 by Charles Loring Brace; New York Foundling Hospital are some of the organizations behind these orphan trains. This was funded by wealthy donors who had no
There's the
interest in
maps.
caring for these children. I thought this was weird when I saw this in the criticism section on Wikipedia. Quote, many children lost their identity through forced name changes and repeated moves. In 1996, Alice Allaire said, quote, I was one of the luckier ones because I knew my heritage. They took away the identity of the younger writers by not allowing contact with the past, end quote. So they lost their identity and were given completely new names. So just think about that, because they don't really mention this clearly when you first look into this. Over 300,000 people essentially got their histories erased and were placed into brand new cities. This is exactly what they wanted: identity crisis, so that we would have no idea who we were in the past. And look at this. Quote, all orphan train children were true orphans, but were made into orphans by forced removal from their biological families to be placed out in other states. Some claim this was a deliberate pattern intended to break up immigrant Catholic families. Some abolitionists opposed placements of children in Western families, viewing indentureship as a form of slavery. End quote. The Children's Aid Society's 6th annual report is a random sample of Children's Aid Society placements made between 1854 and 1890 indicated that 72% of all children placed had at least one living parent. These records.
I think he's throwing up. No, I'm just joking. He just makes random noises. You gotta mute him.
Also indicate that adult relatives frequently accompany children on the orphan trains. Basically,
Splatter, when you're running the show on your show with Sandy, don't be afraid to mute people. You might have to sometimes. It makes you feel like a dick, but you got to do it if you're running the show.
They weren't even
you got to call the shots.
Orphans. They were taken from their parents and relocated by force. Quote, orphan trains were the target of lawsuits, generally filed by parents seeking to reclaim their children. Right? So they don't really tell us the full story about these orphanages. They're not mentioning that, oh, we actually took these children from their parents. So there's something definitely else going on when it comes to asylums, prisons, orphanages, or foundling hospitals all around this time of the 1800, 1812 period, where you start to have these reset ghost cities. And it really makes you think if this was an underground operation that they leave out of the history books, and the purpose was to repopulate recently conquered old world cities with brand new reprogrammed orphans ready for reset with no memories of the past generation. You see, many people are curious as to how could such a history be hidden from us, but if you consider the orphan trains, it makes sense that the first people placed in these cities were orphans who had no idea of their past, so why would they even question the buildings? Their owners could have just gave them a different explanation at the time. And like I said, I think that the very first group of orphans into a city are actually like the prized choiced ones. They are the ones selected to be odd fellows and control the next batch of orphans who come in. So they probably know a little bit and they were given more opportunities in the starting of the city, but they too themselves probably know little of what happened. That secret is known by the royal Phoenician families and other secret organizations who most likely have never revealed their name. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed these last two, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Tell your friends about us if you can, and go check out the
All right, so this is where I'm going to end it because it's already 3:15 in the morning where I'm at. It's like 4:15 where most of you are at, or 1:15 on the West Coast, right? Or
Yep,
2:15?
1:14 actually, but whatever.
And I have an X-ray in 4 hours.
So we got to go. But I have a whole other piece of this that's about 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes long that shows all the examples of orphans in movies. So we could do a part 2 of this presentation. But tomorrow's
I have
your
a show tomorrow. I have
So
a
it
show
won't be
Sunday.
It won't
I have
be
a show
tomorrow.
Monday.
So it'll probably be Tuesday or Wednesday. We can. I mean, I'm very flexible. I have all the time in the world to wait. I'm not. I do like one show a week if I'm lucky. Maybe once every 2 weeks. I'm not. We're gonna bring the show back though. Singe Man's working on it, but it's gonna be a way shortened version. I don't get time to sit here for 6, 7, 8 hours. I have
10.
kids, but I'm gonna play a few songs on the way out. So everybody can just mellow out. And thank you, everybody, for joining. Thank you, everybody in the chat. I'll give you all one last shout-out. Hot Earth, Blue Pac-Man. I couldn't have done any of this without you. Dr. Bass, extra mental in this. Extra mental. Isabella, wonderful, wonderful. Bomber, tremendous people. The most tremendous people. Blue Pac-Man, the most wonderful, tremendous, tiniest squish Sarah Pagey. I think this just might be the calm before the storm. Right here, right now. This is it. Because everybody's here. Hot Earth. Ben Flat was here, and Ben. We had a couple Bens here tonight. Can't believe Ben Flat. Out of nowhere. Haven't seen him in months. Quantum Effects.
Came out of the woodwork.
Oh my God, he's okay though.
Yep.
Claytoning, always full of good information. DN, Jackie McCarran. These are all people that just love us. Okay. Rye Russ. Me and Rye are working on a new song right now. Gonna be killer. I'll play a couple tracks to get out of here. And I'm Boston Ray, and that's my slice of the mud.
1, 2, 3, hit me!
Introducing the stars of our show, True King. Earth is flat, Earth ain't no globe, no. Earth is flat, Earth ain't no globe, no. Earth is flat. Earth ain't no globe, no. Earth is flat. I guess that's their mission, the true definition of juxtaposition, disinformation, and hate opposition. So you'll never notice the curve that is missing.
Earth ain't no globe, no. Yo, the earth is flat, and that's a provable fact. I'm trying to make my rap sound like every Mac. Earth ain't no globe, and that's for sure. But look at these NASA fellows, they just sit down, bro. Yeah. I smoke more strains than True Leaf. Just ask my homeboy Steve, cause Old Town, Florida's the home of the Kush, bitch. And this you best believe.
Earth is flat. Earth ain't no globe, no. Earth is flat. Earth ain't no globe, no. Earth is flat. Earth ain't no globe, no. Earth is flat.
their mission, the true definition of juxtaposition, disinformation and paid opposition, so you'll never notice the curve that is missing. Earth is flat, it's a fact, all our math is exact. You can add and subtract, the globies are whack, we're observing that. There is no curve from front to back, no matter where you measure at. A little late on your directional, the globies' brains are like a vegetable. They love the ball just like my testicles. Flat Earth wins, see y'all at the festival.
No. Yo, Glober's retarded. But I went to college to memorize and regurgitate. Man, that shit ain't knowledge. You can't think for yourself. You got no deductive logic. You've been lying to yourself like it's pathologic. I like to chill out and smoke the chronic. Glober's looking bionic like the robotronic. True kings, yo, we supersonic. I'll take a gin and tonic. While you're stuck on hooked and phonics, I'm smoking hydroponics. Yeah.
Pray to God in heaven was saved. The earth is flat, and I don't need an evidence bag. If it weren't for the Lord, it would have never been made. My rhymes are set up and laid, all like the stars, moon, and sun are fixed like a clock, so we can measure the days, seasons, and years. In heaven, we'd never be slaves. Believing the globe could affect you in negative ways. Boston Ray, you're getting even better with age. I won't be sympathetic, my man. I'm real, not synthetic. My name is Ray, and I'm ecstatic and king. Ray, you messed up the game. The mudblood is my name. Get out of my aim. The controllers are pathetic and lame. Don't let them mess up your day. Your brains will catch up, I pray. And tell myself it's a deception they made. No correction the day we debunked the globe. The game was never the same. Ray, you're so clever, behave.
We got the aviation data. I told the punk flow, we see you later. They wanna talk about facts. Why the stars got no parallax. Rye Ray roster, we about to go in. You can tell a Globy by the look of his chagrin, yo. We check the data, and planes fly level. Better check yourself, you might be worshiping the devil, yo.
Straight for the crown. True kings, yeah, that's how we get down. Every night and day. The earth may be flat, but I don't know, hey. Well, I know that they be lying. People want to come and just say that they fry and go to Antarctica, do their thing. Well, I don't even know if they went, what you saying. But I know that if you're gonna hit a vape, whoa, you best tell the truth, cause True King's up in the booth. Yeah, we're gonna get loose, so ladies shake your caboose. Out on the dance floor, begging for the music, you know you want more. Yeah, it's true. We come do what we do, fine like wine, tune like my guitar, smelling dank like the weed in the jar. Generally, yeah, well that's my car. Drive to the ocean, I can see too far. Don't need to go to Antarctica to know that it's phony. Will make the earth shake and process you like baloney. True kings, hip-hop delivery of good things. That's the truth. Thanks and praise for what I do. Dr. Hawthorne, wakey wakey, I'm standing at your grave. Time to hop up and not be a slave. Yeah, connect with the source and engage. Turn the page, because every day is a new chapter in this movie that we're watching and that we're after. at the fires they're burning down in California. I thought I warned you.
True kings with fatality.
Did you ever have one of those days, one of those days where you just don't want to get out of bed that day, so you just lay in bed? One of those days when you just don't want to wake up, you don't want to get up, you don't want to do a damn thing.
Sometimes I just want to close my eyes and fade away. I wish I was a kid again. Sometimes I talk with the old Ray that died away. I just want to live again. Sometimes I just lay in bed all day and sleep my life away. I hope God is listening. Sometimes I just turn everything off and isolate. I just ain't fitting in. Oh, I wanna go back to sleep again and close my eyes and close my eyes. Oh, I wanna go back to sleep again and close my eyes and close my eyes.
I'll give a damn about your programming, man. You don't know me from a ham sandwich. 9/11, yeah, we know the man planned it. I studied Earth and the Earth ain't a damn planet. Boston, it's tough to do a dab with no dab stick, but yabba dabba do, Ray, your rhymes are mad sick. My lighter ran out, hand me the matchstick. You'll never ever see a rock full of magic. My rhymes are venom, attack them with the pen and end them. There's no pretending, if you're my friend till the end. King, truth is, you wanna know what the truth brings? Me, these raps in accordance with my mood swings. So stay stuck in the past, cause I'm moving on to new things.
Sometimes I just wanna close my eyes and fade away. I wish I was a kid again. Sometimes I talk with the old Ray, he died away. I just wanna live again. Sometimes I just lay in bed all day and sleep my life away. I hope God is listening. Sometimes I just turn everything off and isolate. I just ain't fitting in. Oh, I wanna go back to sleep again and close my eyes and close my eyes. Oh, I wanna go back to sleep again and close my eyes and close my eyes.
Cause ignorance is bliss. You wanna step to this? I'll throw you in my wok, cook you like Wagyu beef. Cause I'm the motherfucking chief, or better yet the chef. Hit you with the right, then the left. Smack your eardrum, leave you motherfucking deaf. And then that's for real, like Ross's Baton Lucille. True kings, you already know the deal. Did you choose the red or blue pill? Did you choose the red or blue pill?
First and foremost, we'd like to thank Jah, our mothers, for giving birth to us in this wonderful community. We love you. Jah bless. Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you? The earth is flat, man, I'm calling up Batman. We waking up the people and bringing it back, fam. The earth being flat flat is a provable fact. It's time to let them know how we know that water always finds its own level. Believing in the globe, you're worshiping the devil. Thrust and combustion don't work in a vacuum. It's a pressurized system, just one little crack through. They tell you it's fact true, but nobody asked you. It's garbage, a crapshoot, it belongs in the bathroom. What type of sun lapse footage do you got? The sun goes away and turns into a small spot. Dinosaur bones or crushed chicken bones. You might as well shut up and listen though. It's disinfo and misinfo. It's a mission to keep the public misinformed. Come on. Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you? I never wanted we to end. I always still will be your friend. Even when you're weak and your knees will bend. You got me wheezy and sneezy and easy then. I'll try to get some sleep again. We pretend we didn't know where we would end when we began. Even more when your days are too long and your life is boring. Looking in the mirror telling yourself it'll be better in the morning. It was like wholesale and a half sale and half sale and a wholesale. Until you got so confused you wound up saying no deal. Hey, nice merch, you got a promo code? He just put the chat on slow-mo mode. And man, I just don't know no more. Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy. What have I done to you? Now sing it with me, come on. Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy. What have I done to you? Ooh.